Day School, a private school in Washington where Judge Jackson is a member of the board.
Are you comfortable with these ideas being taught to children?
Senator, I have not reviewed any of those books, any of those ideas. They don't come up in my work as a judge.
Cruz and other Republicans have also pointed to sentences handed down by Jackson in child pornography cases. Critics say those sentences were less than prosecutors and guidelines recommended. Jackson says she followed federal sentencing statutes. Ted.
That is Fox's Jared Halpern. Meantime, it's day 27 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This is the Ukrainian people fight back. Fox's Mike Tobin is in Ukraine.
The Ukrainians, after a pitched battle, have taken back a small suburb of Makariv. It is due west of Irpin, which also puts it due west of the capital city of Kiev. It's a small victory, but it speaks volumes to the inability of the Russian forces to move south, to take up positions to the west of the capital city, ultimately with the goal of encircling the city and moving in to finish it off. What the Russians have been able to do is to destroy the city of Mariupol to the south. President Zelensky told the Italian parliament that Mariupol is completely destroyed. Yesterday, buses hauling evacuees from that town were fired on. 2 kids were shot, according to our sources.
And that is Fox's Mike Tobin. The market's still up at this hour. The Dow up 254 points. America's listening to Fox News.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APO. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APO is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Help support those most in need. Team 26 is a civic group of residents on a mission to help Guam's homeless. The Hands Across the Island event is Saturday, March 26th. That'll have members walking mile by mile through many villages to simulate the struggles of our homeless community. You can support them through monetary donations. Docomo Pacific subscribers text the words Team 26 to 4357 or help to make a $10 donation with each text. Other donations can be made at GuamHomelessCoalition.org. Just note Team 26. Team 26. We got your back.
Well, the mask mandate for toddlers in New York City could be eased in the coming weeks.
Mayor Eric Adams announced he plans to ease mask mandates for New York City's youngest citizens.
If the numbers continue to show a low level of risk, mask will be optional for 2 to 4 years old students in schools and in daycare.
If all goes well, the mask mandate will lift on April 4. The city's vaccine mandate for private companies will remain in effect. Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
At least one Texas woman dead after severe weather slams the state.
We are in Round Rock, Texas, where the cleanup is underway after a devastating tornado moved through yesterday evening. The community has gathered around to help clear the debris. We've seen roofs that have caved in or ripped off of their foundation. Thankfully, no one was injured during this event. One woman was trapped inside her home. Neighbors were able to get her out safely. Now, this is the concern as this severe storm continues to move through Louisiana, Mississippi, and into Alabama. Reporting from Kensington Place neighborhood in Round Rock, Texas, Steve Bender, Fox Weather.
Well, an elected official from New Mexico convicted of illegally entering restricted U.S. Capitol grounds during last year's January 6th Capitol riot. However, a federal judge has acquitted Coy Griffin of engaging in disorderly conduct during the episode. Griffin, an Otero County commissioner and former rodeo rider, helped found a group called Cowboys for Trump. The judge says prosecutors didn't meet their burden to prove that Griffin engaged in disorderly conduct. And no signs of life in eastern China, where a plane went down in a mountainous region on Monday. Rescue workers have only recovered some personal belongings like wallets and ID cards. 132 people were on board when it fell from the sky. I'm Ted Lindner, and America's listening to Fox News.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Gas prices continue to rise and we are here to help. We have revised Programang Salapi to provide a $300 direct cash assistance payment to most households. We heard your struggle and we hope this relief will help during these difficult times. Applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, March 15, 2022. For more information, visit doa.guam.gov.
This ad is paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Do you have a pain or loss of function in your hand or upper extremity? Then have Dr. Jerome Landstrom, a board-certified hand surgeon and combat veteran with over 25 years in experience in diagnosing and treating upper extremity and hand problems. He'll provide care to you and your loved ones so you and your loved ones can take care of yourselves and others. Call 671-646-HAND for an appointment and visit his website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Wednesday, March 23. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on the point. 28-year-old Joseph Anthony Leon Guerrero Dueñas is facing charges for the death of his 5-year-old son, Jaden. Dueñas told police he had been in a deep sleep from smoking meth the night before. It was during this time that his son walked out of their Dedido home and went into a car parked in direct sunlight on the family property. Police say the car had defective door handles on the interior and the boy was trapped inside. Neighbors told police they heard repeated car horn sounds for long periods of time from early to mid-afternoon. Investigators noted numerous child-sized hand and footprints inside the car, indicating the boy was struggling to get out. He was later found unconscious with no pulse and hot to the touch. Dueñas brought his son to the fire station where medics tried to save him as they rushed him to GRMC, where he was pronounced dead. An autopsy is pending. Dueñas is on house arrest and is scheduled to answer to the charges of negligent homicide and child abuse in Superior Court today. And 33-year-old Francis Manaki was arrested after a 10-year-old girl told school officials that he raped her. She told police that the suspect told her to follow him into a bedroom and massage his legs, where he went on to assault her. Manaki had been previously charged in the sexual assault of a 12-year-old in 2020. He was charged with first and second-degree criminal sexual conduct as first-degree felonies. And the Guam Fire Department has suspended the search for a fisherman who went missing off the waters of Inarajan on Saturday. He was one of the 2 fishermen who was swept off the reef. Federal, local, and private agencies conducted an extensive 3-day search before recovering the body of one of them about 25 meters from the location where they were last seen. Rough seas and hazardous surf hampered dive and surface swimmer operations. The search was cut off at sunset yesterday, pending further evidence or discovery. We'll have more news after this. The governor's fiscal team's update on the current financial picture shows the general fund revenues are tracking $61 million higher than projected. Budget Director Lester Carlson says military buildup projects will drive and maintain the economy. But Public Auditor B.J. Cruz says when the military projects are quoted in the billions of dollars, most of that money does not come to Guam. It goes to vendors and contractors in the states. Cruz adds that Guam could cash in more by taxing the construction up front. Tourism is Guam's other main economic driver, and GVB says it's continuing to show improvement, but will be a slower rebound. The administration has already submitted its fiscal year 23 executive budget request of $998 million, with $695 million available for appropriation. Senators are expected to begin agency-by-agency budget hearings beginning next month. Meanwhile, the Island-wide Beautification Task Force discussed updates on the Dedido Pool renovation and the stray animal problem in yesterday's meeting. Department of Parks and Recreation Director Rocky Alcantara says maintenance and repair work on the Dedido Pool is about 40% complete. The pool is currently being drained to determine the pool's condition, and there are plans to move forward with a widespread spay and neuter program for rescued and stray dogs and cats on island. The Department of Agriculture is waiting for a memorandum of agreement with Guam Animals in Need to begin sharing resources. The Agriculture Department's territorial veterinarian Mariana Turner says they are hoping to do spay and neuter procedures at least 4 days a week. They will also be holding their first outreach event for residents to get their dogs licensed and microchipped on April 9. And finance expert and GITA board chair David John says the cost of consumer goods and services are not coming back down, and Guam workers will need to out-earn inflation. John adds that the island's tourism economy needs to come back up. However, he is optimistic that once the Japanese and Korean governments allow unrestricted travel, Guam's economy will be able to return to that level where residents can sustain themselves without government assistance. Guam Visitors Bureau officials say the island remains top of mind for Korean and Japanese tourists because of its safety, beauty, and proximity, along with the nearly 96% vaccination rate. And those were your top stories here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
I might do weather. I don't know. There's just so much here in front of me here this morning in the table of contents. Stuff that we didn't get to yesterday, stuff I'm going to get to today. I just don't know where to begin, but the weather's a pretty decent suggestion. We've got mostly sunny skies here today. Highs here 88 degrees. East winds 9 to 15 miles an hour, gusting as high as 18. There's partly cloudy in the forecast. Overnight lows about 77 degrees. Winds east again 9 to 14 miles an hour. Expect mostly sunny skies tomorrow and partly cloudy skies tomorrow night. With a heat index, it'll feel like 92 degrees. And my guess is it was way higher than that yesterday afternoon. I don't even look at the thing on the machine. 200 degrees is what we're going to get today. There's still a rip current warning. High fire danger. Red flags are flying. I haven't seen any. I don't know why they call it a red flag event, but I haven't actually seen any of those things. I'm supposed to maybe just believe in it. Like believe you're going to get that $300 check sometime soon. Sunrise this morning at 6:23 and sunset tonight is going to be at 6:32. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. You asked for it. You got it. News and weather together brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67.5 years.
Half a day. This is Jade Uggan from Security Title. And in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi I Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Introducing the phone that makes epic the standard, the Samsung Galaxy S22. This Galaxy is oh so beautiful and now available at GTA. The Samsung Galaxy S22 on HPO with the Live Limitless wireless plan and enjoy unlimited talk, text, high-speed data, and more for only $55 a month. And for a limited time, when you buy the Samsung Galaxy S22, you'll receive a $200 gas card for free. Come in today and make the Samsung Galaxy and Live Limitless your epic standard. Terms and conditions apply. GTA. We start with you.
Okay, good plan. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, local presence with a local home, and Wendy's, bringing an addition to their perfect Lenten meal. For a limited time only, Wendy's is serving their crispy panko fish fillet on a platter. Wild-caught Alaskan fish fillet, fluffy rice, freshly chopped garden salad, panko crusted fish fillet platter. Different than sandwich. Try it today. Get it at Wendy's. Now that's better.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters.
God is talking to us.
Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
where'd I put it? Somebody sent me a thing. It was a thing. No, it's a thing. It was I get things all the time. No, the picture of the Agate Church. Do you see that thing? KOAM's got a little thing on their Instagram. Have you not seen that yet, Real Joe? The middle of the church, the middle of the altar, where there would normally be the big altar, it's now kind of in the ground. The whole floor of the altar, the front end of the church.
Sinkhole?
Must be is some kind of, they say, is some kind of a backfilling issue. I thought I'd made a copy of the picture for myself. Maybe I just sent it to somebody. But an interesting point here is that now there are people interested in this. Noreen Ada Tovis Phillips. Normally, you know the pretty one? Yeah. That one. So she's normally the one that's like, hi, Raymond. Because she's like one of a handful of women that are actually allowed to call me Raymond that aren't in my family for a variety of reasons. Summer of 83, the summer that never ended. But I digress. But she wants to know if there's going to be some kind of a fundy going on. You know, this just happened. It just happened, Noreen, and anybody else that might be interested. It just happened, so it might take a little bit. They've come out with an announcement and virtually sealed the place off. According to the Tony Diaz over at the Archdiocese, they don't want anybody, for sure, inside the church, but they're advising people to stay away from the surrounding area. Now, I know it could be just engineering, could be just, nature, gravity, whatever, not isolated incident, or it could be a message from God.
Oh, man.
Knock it off down there. Could be a message from God. Go, what are you guys doing? Hey. I make you a nice island. What do we get? This agate, this is like meth village here, right? You know what I mean? I worry every time I go down there, I'm worried about somebody going to break into my car. It's true.
It's possible.
I know. So maybe it's just a message from God.
Maybe it's the Chinese.
Agate people got to get your act together.
Chinese could be trying to tunnel in.
Yeah, that was my next. This is what was my next guess, but I thought I'd go with the message from God thing first because there's so many different ways to interpret that. 6:17 in the morning. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you, and mostly thrilled. We've got an in-studio guest a little bit later on. What's the guy's name? Tommy Hicks is in town, and this guy, he's like national GOP royalty.
Yeah.
You got
Big
Rana.
Tom.
You got Rana, and then you got Tom. No, dude, be nice. He's a venture capitalist.
Oh, wow.
And he's from Texas.
No, oh.
Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff that we can get started with the guy. Traveling with a bunch of other people. I mean, this is the equivalent of like the vice president coming to Guam and getting off the airplane.
Exciting, man.
That high up there in the Republican Party. I might be dressing this up a little bit too much, but like I said, the guy's a venture capitalist and super deep into media here, and so maybe Mike could get us a new sugar daddy. Know what I mean?
Sweet. Crude oil?
Yeah, Texas guy walks in the radio station, buys it. End of joke. Okay, let's see. Now, 617. No, the guy over there that I'm talking, that's Real Joe. He gets the phone when you call it. 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone number. Also, pretty handy with the memes here. This is the picture of the altar at the Agate Church here. And if it's kind of hard to see because you're not really sure exactly what you're looking at for a second. But that big, the tabletop there, the big thing that looks like a tabletop, it's the tabletop. I'm sure there's a Latin word for it that only priests know.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
It's a scapular. It's a scapular.
It's the altar table, It's and then underneath it there might be somebody. You can see where the carpet that's from Home Depot. By the way, I thought originally cost you less, but that's a Home Depot carpet. And you can see where the weight of the altar now has pushed into the actual ground, the floor of the church. And if you look carefully at this picture, and like I said, it's on KOAM's Instagram, you will also see how the floor is rippled in a bunch of different places. So, I'd go back to the original contractor of that church. Who built Mount Carmel? And who signed off on that?
Spanish dudes, right?
The same people that signed off on that GWA property thing that they're in the fight with Cortec now.
Possibly.
I'm just saying, could be a lot of connections going on. We try to make those connections for you here on the program. Sometimes they're ridiculous, and sometimes, they're dead on. It's now that's the Real Joe meme machine. 797-8255. Donna De Jesus is in the studio here this morning, and there's something peculiar that I just noticed about you. You don't put erds and after numbers. You say like March 3 instead of March 3rd. What's that? Turn the microphone on.
Because I don't know. It's a
it's
grammatical thing.
March
yeah.
23, not 23rd.
If you say if you're gonna say like 23rd, it would be like the 23rd of March.
Okay.
But
she
if
was
it's
an
the date,
HS3.
You just
It's
say
March
that 23.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people were okay with it.
School you.
In private school,
I'm not going
nice.
to say
Private
anything.
school.
I'm not going to. I'm not remarking. It's not a criticism. It's just an observation. It's kind of like the difference between are you on Guam or are you in Guam? I mean, there's people. There's fist fights that happen over there. And over at the skate park, that's what causes all the fights that are happening over at the skate park. Is somebody said, "Hey, I'm in Guam," and they said, "No, you're on Guam," and then, huh? Don't make me skateboard your face. And apparently the new thing now over at the skate park is village mayor's sons shooting people with pellet guns.
Oh,
Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Magistrate report has a Savara's in it here
That's
this
the place,
morning.
huh?
That's what
That's the place to be. Things happening there.
Must be. Does everybody just go there and like you're like aggro? You had a bad day. It's hot and your aircon doesn't work. So it's like I'm gonna go to the skate park and I'm gonna find somebody to fight. Or if you're you went and you got your yang up and then you realize the guy's is way bigger than you. Better go back to the truck, get your pellet gun, boy. 18. I think the guy got shot 18 times with a pellet gun. 15, is it 15? Now
that's crazy.
13. Do I hear 20? So and apparently one of them was embedded is part of the story that I heard. So maybe we'll spend some time talking about that. When we were kids, we were given BB guns. Shelley had a BB gun. I had a BB gun.
Red Ryder.
I don't remember what it was. No, it was like a Winchestery thing. It had like a cowboy, cocking mechanism on it, and then we had Daisy pistols. Those were fun to hang out with. Until one day, I don't know. Shelley was either mad at me or experimenting. She might have been doing it for science.
Yeah.
To see if I would be able to field the BB through my shoe. And you know what? You can. You can
Wow.
BB through your shoe. At 6:21 in the morning. Yeah, we had that kind of. I survived it, though. It's all right. Nobody put an eye out. Go ahead and give the kids pellet guns, for heaven's sake. 6:22 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. All right, so we went through all of that stuff. 888-8255. The meme machine, 797-8255. Lots and lots to talk about. But we don't get started without either asking everybody if they want to eat something or welcoming our special guest to the show.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
6:22 in the morning. And before I get to the list here, it's Bob Kelly of all people, chiming in on the in Guam or on Guam debate. Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Good morning. Yeah, the issue is Guam as a entity and Guam as an island are the same. You don't have that problem in Hawaii or the CNMI, because when you go to Hawaii, you're in Hawaii, but you're on Oahu or you're on Maui or on the Big Island.
Yeah.
So when you're on a specific island, geographically, that is on, but when you're in the state and you're using the state, you're in. And in CNMI, you're in the Marianas or in the CNMI, but you're on.
But you can be
site
on-site,
You're
yeah.
on Rota. On
Right.
Guam, it's a little bit more complicated because this is the territory of Guam and it's the island of Guam.
I hear the point that you're making. So what should we put on our license plates, Bob?
Well, it depends whether you're referring to Guam as a territory or Guam as an island.
Uh-huh.
When we're talking about the island, you're on Guam.
If we're
When you're
talking about the territory, then we're
territory
in
of
Guam.
You're in Guam.
Okay, so both can be correct, depending on your usage of it.
Absolutely. It just depends whether you're the territory or the island. As I said, the Hawaii doesn't have that because they don't. Well, you're on Hawaii would be the Big Island, but
Correct.
usually they say on the Big Island. But you're in the state, and nobody says they're in Oahu. They're on Oahu when they go. So, as I said, the problem is we use the same name, Guam, for our island as we do our territory.
Right. I think this is something, you know what, Bob, I appreciate your guidance here, although I think we're going to have to defer to the real experts on everything, and apparently now that's the Youth Congress of Guam. So I'll send a writ out to the Youth Congress and see if they can come up with something.
Okay.
All right, I'll talk to you pretty soon.
You have a good day.
All
Bye-bye.
right. Can we just restart the show?
Yeah.
You want to just from the Donna redo the news? Good. No, we don't have. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. Ray Gibson Show 624. We got to say good morning to all of these people. Who's in first? It's been Rico Blancafleur. There was a big discussion on the pandemic, the points pandemic, Pew Pew and Potluck page on Facebook yesterday. There's a whole thing. If you want to be a part of it, right-click on Pam Duval or Rick Blancafleur, Sarita's name, and one of them is the administrator, and they can add you to the group. But anyway, that was because believe it or not, there's a discussion about the shows going on even after the shows are off the air. At any rate, these guys were having a conversation about how you get in and become the #1 poster, and a big conversation about all of that, and they deferred to Rico Blancafleur has been #1 for the last week or so.
Yes, sir.
Not today. Pam Duval made it as #1. The mom of the show is the big shot today. Cheryl Ochai coming into second place is marvelous. Thumbs up. Mark Cruz doing his wave. Mark Cruz just happy to be in the top 5 here. I got John Ray Titano, Hoffa Gemma Bustamante, Heather Perez, Bill Petit, Hoffa Brown is you know what short honeymoon, huh? Friday, you got married on Friday, and you're hanging out with us already on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Sarita Garin, there's pretty Sarita Garin. And go and find her profile picture and get a Valentine's like, because she's that hot in that picture. Nick Perlowski's there, M.T. Farron. I got E.O.D. Kaboom, Joanne Titanu, Mike Grace Bloss. Hi, Lena McDaniel. Good to have you online from Family Finance. Bennett Lujan Duenas, Bob and Connie Bartonico watching the program. I got Mark Voigtland checking in from the free zone. Millie Lujan Afeisen also checking in from the free zone.
Good morning.
We'll check her message.
Or good evening.
I think it's good afternoon where she is. Jerome McDonald. They got Keena McCausland from the upper left-hand corner of the United States. And Brad Wood is there. That is the husband and luggage carrier for Lucia Wood. Hoffa Brown asked not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Inspiring words for us here today. What can we do for the Agate Sam Mount Carmel altar? How do we help today? Big Sister Shelley's online here this morning. Dale Audette, Joey Kitsutu. There's Jerome says, good morning, 93.3. Advice to new listeners. You must have thick skin listening to the Ray Gibson Show. Don't be shocked. Whatever topic is discussed, just enjoy it. Thank you very much. Shelley says, good morning, my brother, Jose and Donna. Hoffa Guam and Point Family Post Canteen online. A reminder: they did not get a winner last Friday for the Queen of Hearts drawing. $1,400 some odd dollars in the jackpot. The next drawing is going to be at 7:00 on Friday night. So if you'd like to be in line for that dough, it's almost high enough now for Mark Cruz to decide to just kind of show up. Just kind of because he's lucky that way.
Show up and sweep it all.
Yeah, he's got the luck of the Tuan. You know, I got let me see. Eric Mendel is there. John Barcinas and Nicholas JB. Stephen R. Serban watching the program. There's Millie saying, half a day from mask-free, emergency-free, COVID-free, Looney Lou-free state of Arizona. With a little Valentine emoji in there. Thank you, baby. Joy and Pinko. Former Governor Carl T. Gutierrez.
I'll just bring it back, that sunshine.
I was thinking about something yesterday, and I thought, this would be something good for Uncle Carl to fix. But he's got to do the agate thing. He's got to go down to agate. No, I'm sorry. Look, who's our mayor down there? Uncle Carl, and we got to figure out how we're going to help these guys out. Is there another church that's got like a spare altar that you might be able to send over? Or you know what we can use? I think ERC Trading has these things. They're plastic tables, and they got like a rim around the side of it, so it's perfect for keeping cold food cold. You know what I mean? You put your layer of ice down there. Yeah. That would make a cool. That would make a cool altar for
the wine and.
Yeah, you don't spill the wine. I'm just trying to help. Maybe I shouldn't help. The Archbishop is saying, no, it's okay, Ray. Go back to bed. Let me see. What did I say? John Pablo is there. Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola. Felix Bumba. Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan is online. The original Burger King. Wait a second. Move over, Senator. I got a king here. The Burger King. Rudy Rodolfo saying, good morning. Half a day. Whopper Wednesday. Jane Nauta. Dean Bates. Hey, that's my hiking buddy and his Gunda wife. I posted somewhere. I might have posted on Facebook one of my sunset pictures, and it's Dean and his wife on paddleboard.
Oh, yeah.
And Dean, I love you, buddy, but you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. You're supposed to be in the front of the paddleboard.
And make her work?
Yes.
Yeah.
She's a strong woman. I'm just, going to kill me when she sees me. Simon Sanchez online. Simon Sanchez, we're going to reach out to Cy. Just tell you right now, if you can, call in early, because there's what I like to think is good news and kind of bad news. Page 2 or 3 of today's Guam Daily Post, there's a story about how JB over at the Power Authority is thinking we might be able to push a surcharge increase to May. Something they're looking at right now, taking a look at West Texas, see what the rolling out, 7-day, 10-day averages, and it might be one of those things where we might be able to hold off as long as possible and maybe address this thing in May. So that would be the good news. The bad news would be, well, if we call this one wrong and oil prices continue to go up and there is a fuel surcharge adjustment in May, it might be a little bit of a bigger bite than we are used to around here. And I don't know, bro, that's too close to election. May, June, July, August. It's possible that between May, June, and you make the decision, you roll out the new rates. It could be possible that by then people in June and July will be growling about their power bills. And now they won't be growling to JB because, JB does the best he can. My suggestion, growl to the legislature, growl to the governor. I just, they're not like they can do anything about it, but still, it's fun to turn that into a political issue. Here it is, prices going up all over the place. What have you done for us lately over at the governor's office? What have you done for us lately over at the legislature? Remember, we were talking about Glenn Wakai. Oh, try to get him today.
Oh, Glenn Wakai from Hawaii.
From Hawaii. Senator. Yeah, is in Hawaii? No, on Hawaii. In Hawaii.
He's awning.
Okay. On in. He's in Hawaii, and he is proposing to the state leaders that they've got there that they eliminate their excise tax, their BPT tax. Diapers. That was it. Diapers, medication. Food, and medicine. Yeah. And I've been crowing about this for a long, long time. Can you imagine automatically just by virtue of walking into a store, being set up for a 5% discount on some of the stuff you buy, groceries, et cetera, because the government isn't taxing you on an essential like food. Just saying. My CEO, Renee Lau, I said CEO, I'm sorry, that's wrong. CFO, Renee Lau, my accounting buddy, listening to the program. Vicente Pangilinan, Rico B., Lonnie Salas, that's Patrick Bumba. Greg Karabrock is online saying, good morning, all. Well, good morning to you, and thank you very much for helping you and the folks over at Take Care and FHP, helping out all of the diabetic groups and the organizations that we have on Guam. They've got that drive-through thing. We talked about it yesterday from, 9 to 11? Yeah. It's going to be in, Paseo, right? Yeah. But I'll get you some details on that. But thanks very much, Greg, for helping and supporting folks like that. Lillian Cruz online. James Howard on this side.
Never heard of him.
Him who shall not be named? What? Is he in your jail?
Never heard of him.
James Howard watching. Valerie S.A. Untalan. Dennis Larson. Aloha from Waikiki. So he's in Waikiki, we would say. Not on Waikiki.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a good time with this all morning long. David Camacho, Joe Dizon, Tony Rodriguez, A.T. Rod, Eunice Mendiola, Greg Baz Knight, Sarah Lake, Magandan Umaga. Gandaka, nice to see you. Sean May, oh yeah, Agate, my home away from home. Shout out to the Bakulu clan. Right on, Sean. Good for you. Let me see. There's Pat Saho saying good morning. And there's my kiss from Noreen. Sweet. Thanks. JZ Taiminglu and Juanita Machi in the program. Let me see. That's a good point. EOD Kaboom wants to know, since we're discussing the orthography, lexicon, languages, things like that. He wants to know, is an item for sale or is it for sell? Jose Martinez, open the lights or on the lights? Well, and the other one, you pull up to somebody's house and they're like, get down from the car. No, get out of the car. I'm not on the car. I'm in the car. But you know how we are. Sandra De Leon Guerrero, Damon Kaufman saying good morning to everybody. Oh, this is going to be a fun day. I can tell. Jose Martinez, Christine, Amoguis, Amoguis. Anybody want to take a stab at that? Je te suis, they did it as well. Coupé de fromage. The only words I know is something about cut the cheese or cutting the cheese. But good to have you online. Christine, Real Joe, right click. Check if she's hot. Mary Singeo, Denina's there. Post office, Tammy is online. Hey, Tammy, how you doing? Nice to see you. And Edwin Dicho saying Hafaday Ramon. And Ken LG online. Laughing at the Red Queens. Thank me, I'm welcome press release for doing her job refunding excess tax collections. Ken LG, every once in a while I get credit for having inspiring and interesting turns of phrases, if you will. But I got to give you some credit here. Ken, did you see his letter to the editor today? Letter to the editor in the Guam Daily Post. And in that letter, he refers to the Cal Macho ADA team. Because obviously there is a truce between the Calvos and the Camachos in an attempt to overtake Adelup from the Democrats. But he's looking at it saying this is the Cal-Macho administration could be coming up. You're welcome to call in and let me know what you think about that. Hey, Tada Borja watching the program. Dennis Benzer's online. Happy Chip and Dip Day. There are other things worth celebrating. We'll talk about that. And Janine Bloss is watching.
Good morning.
Hi, Janine. Anybody else want to kick anything in there? Okay, fine. Ruben Morteras. Hey, girl. Harvey Egna, soon-to-be Senator Harvey Egna. My cousin Troy Torres online. Monissa Flores and Dona Mila Martinez asking, how many more editorials by the separatists need to be corrected grammatically and conceptually? You know what? I know people that like to read those just for no other reason, just to red pencil them and blue pencil and see all of the different items. I don't know. I'll tell you how I am. Sometimes I pick up the newspaper and I see one of these articles from the separatists or, some of those guys are like, wow, they're deep in it. I just kind of roll my eyes and move on. You go ahead with your, you go ahead and move on with your academic talk there and go ahead and, bang out your letters to the editor and all that stuff. None of it will make a difference to me, period. Hey, when are you going to the UN? Did you get vaccinated so you can get on the UN and go back there and talk smack about the U.S.?
I like to draw mustaches on the faces.
At the same time, apply for the $300 for your household? Yeah. Does that make sense to you guys? Anyway, 6:36 in the morning. Lots and lots to talk about. We'll get you the primer right about now on some of the stories that we're going to be singing about all morning long. It's Headlines with Donna De Jesus. In the point. Go ahead.
Police have arrested a man for using a slingshot to hit passing cars at a busy intersection. Court documents state that 21-year-old Ron Herwin was found on top of a large power box, pulling the strap of a slingshot and aiming it at vehicles near McDonald's in Harmon. He is facing charges of attempted criminal mischief and reckless conduct. And the Dedido mayor's son was charged in connection to shooting a man with a BB gun. A man told police that he recognized the shooter as being 29-year-old Daniel Vincent Savares. Police saw that the victim was shot with a BB gun 13 times. As the victim was talking to officers, Savares drove by and police were able to flag him down. When asked if he shot the man, Savares refused to answer. He began thrashing around and yelling when police handcuffed him, saying he was acquitted the last time he did something like this. Savares was previously charged with aggravated assault in September 2020 after a man was shot with a BB gun. He is employed at the Dedido mayor's office as a recreation leader. Meanwhile, the Archdiocese has closed Mount Carmel Church in Agate after a big portion of the floor caved in. The Post says that it may have been some sort of sinkhole below the altar and sanctuary, collapsing the altar and creating an immediate hazard. A video of what was found was widely circulated via social media. Catholic Education Superintendent Father Val Rodriguez says Mount Carmel School will also be closed today as a precaution, while a structural engineer assesses both the church and the school this morning. No injuries were reported. And the first batch of Programang Salapi will be paid out as early as next week. As of Monday, about 11,300 applications were received, and the Department of Administration is hoping to process applications in the next couple of days. DOA says duplicate applications are still being verified. The department has also finalized its criteria of what constitutes a household. People living in the same house are not considered in the same household if they are not claimed as a dependent on someone else's application. This may open up more financial aid to those who live in homes with multiple families or generations of the same family. The program provides a one-time payment of $300 per eligible household. And those are your local headlines on The Point.
I like the way they managed to define households in one way or the other, and it seems to pry open, if you will, more eligibility for people to sign up. Because they're just the way they are using the language in that. 6:38 in the morning, 888-825-5880-TALK. And I know we got a lot of people online on the Facebook live page. And thanks very much. Do me a favor. Hit the share button on whatever it is that you're viewing. And James Howard, I need you to do me a favor. Either everybody go to the YouTube page. All you got to do is open up YouTube and search for The Ray Gibson Show. I just posted, it's a GoFundMe, and it's a GoFundMe for one of us, one of the Point family, Semo and Joe. Sealangi. Am I saying that right? Yeah. Leah Sealangi, Samoan Joe, he's got some kind of cancer, and he'd actually chimed in a couple of times, I believe, from a hospital bed in the last couple of weeks, and then I haven't heard anything from him. Run into a buddy of mine that works with him over at the construction company, and says, yeah, things might have taken a turn. And I'm not going to say turn for the worse, because nothing can hold Samoan Joe down. So, but they need some help with the expenses. So if you go to the YouTube site, there's a link to Samoan Joe's GoFundMe, and give what you can. As generous as you can, and help the family out. They really are a fantastic bunch of people. Great kids. If you know them, if the boy has ever served you over at Moses, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If his big sister has ever served you at Moses, you know what kind of kids that came from Samoa and Joe, and they sure could use your help. So again, the link is up now over on the YouTube side. James Howard, do me a favor, cut and paste that link and put it on the Facebook side. Give you some moderator work to do so that everybody's got a chance to go and take a look at that. First thing in the morning, don't leave the house without helping out Samoan Joe and his family. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. I'll be right back.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Hey, what did the grilled cheese sandwich say to their date?
What'd they say?
You make me melt.
Oh, so cheesy. But not as cheesy as Subway's latest Eat Fresh Refresh menu innovation. The new Fresh Melts with 3 times the cheese. Fresh Melts are the cheese lovers' holy grail. Fresh Melts combine freshly baked breads and your favorite meats topped with a triple load of cheese. All grilled to warm, toasty perfection. Try the ham and cheese melt, tuna melt, or steak and cheese melt to start. Best of all, you can make any footlong into a fresh melt. At Subway, eat fresh.
What are you writing here? Phil Leon Guerrero in the Guam Daily Post. Current GovGuam revenue surplus tops $60 million. Wow. Good for you guys. Good for you guys. How about a tax rebate since you're so fat with money here? Bula Talapi over in the government of Guam. 642. All right, let me get this up on the screen so you can see what's happening in traffic. Not a whole lot right now. Nothing major happening over at the Anderson Air Force Base. And I was talking with somebody yesterday who was talking about the difference between Anderson Air Force Base and Big Navy, and he says there's going to be a revolt. I think the Anderson guys are tired of being tied with the Navy guys, so I think they're gonna break up. You know what? They've been reading the 76 Circle
Me
K
plus
signs.
you equals never again.
Anyway, I don't think it's official just yet, so act surprised when you hear it. A little bit of traffic up in the intersection of 1 and 3, 8, 10, and 16, just starting to busy up right about now, but 4 and 8 are looking pretty clear coming into the downtown Agutnia area. Nothing major happening through there, and just a little bit of traffic over at Big Navy in Sumai. Got the light on. Come back. It's 6:43. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3. The Point.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
Fuel up today with the new $8 gasolina meal. 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. The brand new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meal. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K, take it easy.
Juan Carlos coming in. Now that I hear that spot, it reminds me of Juan.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Dude, that was ratings gold that day last week. We had Juan Carlos on with Frank Campillo.
Oh, man.
And we would have had the trifecta complete if Charlie Hermosa had called in. That would have been, that would have just been
and
awesome.
Ishmael?
And Ishmael, right. But I don't know. Okay, every one of you say Puerto Rico. Every one of you say gasolina. That's what we want to hear here. 6:45 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. What's that? What are we chiming in about? Oh, Janine is writing back. She says, hi. Frank Gunnar Salas, Nora and Joe Sands. Joe's my classmate there. Ricky Woodall saying, good morning, Ray and team. Skydiving for Joe Cruz. Oh, Ricky Woodall's a skydiver guy.
Oh, that's great. That's really nice, Ricky.
And
enjoy yourself, man.
So I had a bunch of friends go up Saturday. Was it Saturday before last? And they just had a great time. And Ricky and virtually everybody there is like, okay, Ray, we got to get you skydiving too. And I claimed a religious exemption. I said, no, I'm sorry, I won't be able to skydive with you. He says, what about Joe? Would Joe be interested in going skydiving? And I completely forgot to ask him. He's on the phone with Simon right now. So let me just ask Donna here your thoughts on the microphone there. If it came to it, would you like to go skydiving if I could make an arrangement?
I'm scared.
Well, everybody is scared.
Because I have high blood pressure.
Yeah, but at altitude, it goes away. It's science. I'm talking about science.
You know what? I did think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I did, but when I see other people's videos when they go, like all of a sudden, I'm like, oh my God, I have a headache.
Could I do it? Real Joe. He's still on the phone?
He's pretending to be on the phone because he doesn't want to answer
doesn't
your
want to answer the question. I'll get back to it, Ricky. I got Damon Kaufman online, Valerie S.A. Untalan, Hava Brown. I'm so happy now I qualify for all that free money the government is handing out now that I have dependents and a head of a household. Fact, buddy, fact. Let me see. Dan Rasal is there. The area of Agate was heavily bombarded in July of 1945. So, yeah, it might be one of those things where there was, a crater underground that wasn't filled in properly. We got to get Mark Cruz on that.
He could fix it.
Oh, yeah. Let's try to.
Ramen noodles?
Any of those Cruz guys can do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that with ramen noodles.
Is that the same Mark Cruz who would be posting like Home Depot updates?
Yes.
Okay. I love that guy.
Yes,
I always check for his posts. Like, I'm going to go Home Depot
All right,
today.
we got another Cruz, Tricia Cruz, TC in the house. That's it. She's in charge. When Rowie is there. Margaret Estacchio. Thank you, Ray, for setting up the GoFundMe for Samo and Joe. I will share it with all that I know. He gave me a precious necklace many years ago. Have a wonderful morning. Lonnie, for clarity, I did not set it up. Somebody else did. I want as much. You remember when we did the GoFundMe for Patrick Palomo? I'd like the same thing. I know that we call it the Point family, the Point Familia, for a reason. And one of the guys is sick. He's under the weather, under doctor's cares. But as you know, that's very expensive. So thank you very much. Janine Bloss has got the link on the Facebook Live now. So scroll. I may pin that. I may find a way to pin that so that it's always on the screen. Ismael online, $8 gasolina meal. Wasn't it $6 not long ago? Dude, everything is expensive. Sky jumping, 14,000 feet, a 20-minute fall, says Jerome. Skydiving is on my bucket list, says Sarita Garin. And Army Lynn says, I want to skydive. Okay, Ricky.
Yeah, enjoy yourselves, guys.
So not for you?
Never.
You're not? No.
No. No, Ray.
What if I made it so that you could go up with Army Lynn and Sarita?
And I'd be strapped in between both of them? In tandem? Yeah.
I don't know.
That's different, Ray.
I don't know if they have rigs like that.
Let's do it today.
Okay, Ricky, do me a favor. I know that you've got one of these local and military specials. I believe it's ending at the end of the month, so do me a favor. Get a link on that for details of the telephone number to skydive, and we'll see what we can do. I don't know. So I'm not going. Donna's not going. Real Joe's not going. But if we can facilitate a little bit of love for Sarita and Army Lynn, and Janine needs to go. Janine needs to go and skydive. Brad Wood says he's going to do it this year. And our favorite Marine, one of our favorite Marines, Jarhead Brennan Fausto says, "Me too. Let's go." There's only so much room on those planes. 6:49 in the morning. Is that Sion one?
He wants to skydive.
Simon Sanchez wants to skydive. Okay, we'll set that up with Ricky as well.
Hey, Ray, I love watching other people skydive, although I can say the only equivalent I can think of that is similar to skydiving is when you announce that you're going to run for public office. And you go, whoa, what am I doing?
Literally taking the jump, and your world changes afterwards. Janine says she's down to skydive. Rick, come on, Rick.
Well, the only problem, of course, the problem with that that analogy is I've lost 2 elections, so that wouldn't be good in the skydiving department.
Well,
but I've won 6 and lost 2, so it's like okay.
Well, yeah, but you've always had a backup. It's like the parachute. We've got one, and we got then we got the other one. So it's always nice to have a backup.
My private sector job is
exactly the private sector. What do you do in the private sector again? I've forgotten.
I'm involved with a number of different businesses, primarily Guam dry cleaners, and then I help Phil Flores with some of our other misadventures, and been happy to be. I've been in I've only worked for the government 4 of my years since when I graduated in 1980. So what is that? 4 out of 42 years I worked for the government. The other 38, I'm like you, earning a living, trying to sell widgets and services to customers and pay my coworkers and have a nickel left for me and Phil.
That's always nice. Fuel surcharge can be pushed to May, according to JB over at the Power Authority. And I hope his calculations are right. I was looking at Tapas again this morning. It's $111.30. So it looks like it's been fluctuating in that the hundreds, and tens over the last several days. Not good news for Tapas either, $116. So Singapore is getting crazy this time of year.
So I think you sort of summarized why JB took a wait-and-see position, because we're all speculating on what oil's going to do. You're watching it every day. When we buy a tanker, we pay the average global fuel price 5 days before we buy the tanker, our tanker's loaded, and 5 days after. They take the average 10-day rate, and that's what we pay for that tanker. And everyone's guessing, what's it going to be, right? It's 116, it's 108, it's 95. So JB's thinking was, let's sort of let it settle down. Hopefully it will settle down. We've run a negative. We haven't charged ratepayers about $20 million that we could have and should have, but with COVID we didn't. And now things aren't. We may be coming out of COVID, but now we got the Ukraine crisis and the global oil crisis, and it's tough on all our people. Inflation. I mean, it's just tough. So JB's thinking is, and we share that, and we'll see what the PUC decides. It's really ultimately their call.
Right.
Because last December we said don't raise it, and they raised it a little. They were uncomfortable about the shortfall, right? Which that was projected to be $17.5 million this coming July. Now it's projected to be $28 million because in December nobody saw oil being $115 a gallon on the Ray Gibson show in March, right? So I mean that's just the reality of the world, right? So. Because it's going up and down a lot, bottom line is we have enough money for the April tanker and the June tanker. And when you get to that far, the July LEAC adjustment that takes effect August 1 is on our doorstep. And we're sort of in midterm. So we're saying, well, maybe we tough it out during the midterm. Let's see if prices actually come down a little bit so the shortfall isn't so great. And then we'll tackle it then and see what happens. So that's we're not recommending an adjustment. JB didn't recommend an adjustment to the CCU. We're not recommending adjustment to the PUC. But like anything else, even when the adjustment is recommended, the PUC has about 45 days to watch the market even further. And if the market falls, maybe they even lower an adjustment. Right. So right now we're saying let's just watch it. We can buy the fuel. We're sacrificing other projects for now that we could, put into the ground. This is all coming out of our CIP money when we cover the fuel side. But we know eventually we still got to fix the house and keep maintaining the house. But we can, I'm beginning to think more and more that, when it settles down a little more later this year, and let's say we find out the under recovery is $25 million. We've had situations in the past 20 years that I've been there, that we said, you know what, let's grab that $25 million and spread that out over 3 or 4 years, because the impact on the community right now is too great. It's just horrible out there. And so
well, I appreciate that you recognize that. I'm alarmed that there's not enough people, it seems to me, over at the legislature and the governor's office that are looking for it as well. $300 here. We know that there are going to be other increases, and thank God they've got another PEBT thing coming out for the kids. But that's all extensions of federal monies. There are policies that we can change here on Guam. I think that can make a difference. You and I've had conversations about business privilege. Let me. You've got the calculus down here. Is there anything else that we can burn right now that throw into the
No.
The vegetable oil? Can we throw some of that in there?
Ray, no, we're dreaming. No. That's why we also need your help and the community's help to work with our legislature to pass this other bill so we can complete the generator that's going to reduce our use of fuel by 1 million barrels a year. When JB did a very good comparison, he said if the new generator was in place today, and the 3 solar farms that are contracted and under construction, Marbo, there's one more in the Jotnya area, and now that the protests are lost, we can now award a 3rd contract. If all of those were in place now, the LEAC, which is around 20 to 21 cents, would be 13 cents. And that's a 40% reduction in the cost of fuel that our ratepayers would have to pay once the new generator's in the ground, once the solar farms are in the ground. We need the legislature's help on Bill 214. It's not officially on the agenda. Senator Sonogstein is trying to get it on the agenda. We want it on the agenda because that bill will also allow us to complete the transaction for the generator.
They go into session. They go into session day after tomorrow, so the issue can be pushed for sure.
So we need ratepayers and your listeners to say, please, legislature, work with GPA. You delayed the refinancing. That costs ratepayer money. Let's not make the same mistake. The longer we delay that generator, the longer we delay lowering the power bill. We've got solar farms being built. We need that generator. We need to shut down Cabras. That thing's falling apart. That's the other thing.
Just when we're all, before we get started, make sure we own the property that we're building on here. I do want to get some comments, if I can, this morning on a Wednesday, because it sounds like the firefight is getting even worse between GWA and Cortec. Not your classmate, but close to it. Pete Scrow was on the radio yesterday and leveling a number of accusations I thought were interesting.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, I know Pete is a longtime friend, and we've had our differences, but, never at the personal level. But, I mean, the accusations, there's hundreds of, that we've been stealing land from people. In the 20 years I've been there, we've bought land. I've voted on resolutions where GPA or GWA buys land from the private owner. The debate here is the government of Guam, the entire government of Guam, land management, the Attorney General, and GWA do not believe there was ever a private interest in the land underneath the wastewater treatment plant, which we all know, federal property. They said you can put a plant on it. We put a plant on it 40 years ago, and it was always intended that that piece of property would be a wastewater treatment plant and never leave the ownership of the government of Guam. But in the transfer, when Guam gave it back to pre-condemnation owners, and then they sold it to they sold it to the one guy who sold it to himself, and then he sold it to Cortec through a default on a mortgage. Now that's the argument. Does that piece of property on which the plant is it actually owned by private parties? And the government of Guam has said it has never been owned, and that's what's before the judge, and we'll see what the judge says, because it doesn't matter what Pete and I accuse each other of on the radio. It's going to be won or lost in the court. There's a move to see if the Supremes can look at the interim ruling of Judge Iriarte, and we're going to let that play out. But everyone I think from a realistic point of view, everyone that has grown up on Guam and the entire government of Guam has said that has always been a wastewater treatment plant on that property. It was always going, and it's always intended to remain a wastewater treatment plant. And the idea, he used the analogy with Judge Klitsky that, what if the government came in and said, you don't own your house in Paris Acres? Well, that's the reality that we're facing. All of a sudden, we're being told we don't own the land underneath the wastewater treatment plant. And so the analogy goes both ways. That's what the disagreement is about. That's why we're in court. But to say
do you have Plan B? Is there? You got a Plan B side?
Let's see what Plan B is. If we don't own the land, then that's not going to be good for the ratepayers, because unless Cortec's going to just let us use the land for free. But that's why we're arguing that they never own the land. They're arguing that they do own the land. That's why we're in court. But, I just, wish Pete, when he starts saying we're lying to people, we're lying to bondholders, none of that happened. We disclosed it to the bondholders, right? We disclosed that there's this debate in the 2016 bond. That's not accurate. We've not been sued by hundreds of people. And if he thinks hundreds of people are going to sue us for land taking, what are they all waiting for? I've been there 20 years. Where's the lawsuits?
Maybe you're going to open a class later on. I don't know. We'll see. It's an interesting.
They can't do a class action suit. They're going to have, each landowner is going to have to sue on their own for their property. So let's get away from that. We're trying to find out who owns that land. We think the government of Guam, the entire government of Guam, AG, land management, GWA, think that property remained with the government of Guam. And was not transferred to subsequent private owners.
At least one judge disagrees, so we'll watch and see what happens in the court.
That's what the process is about, and let's see what happens, and then depending on what happens, you can appeal it, or we may win. The judge has never said stop arguing the case. We're saying can we delay while we ask the Supremes, but the judge is allowing us to continue the case to move forward. that's why we were there in the first place.
I got a breakaway sign. I got 30 seconds before Fox News, so I'm going to let you go. Your mission before you leave the house is to go to the Facebook Live page or the YouTube Live page and click on that GoFundMe for Samo and Joe.
Yeah, actually, I already sent him a check because I don't want to pay the commission to GoFundMe, but he's very close to our family, very close to my mom, and we need to help him fight and help the family fight. And he's just the biggest sweetheart. And, he's done more for Samoans than I have.
Close enough. All right, Si, I'll talk to you pretty soon. KUSG, I got you 93.3. We are The Point. Stand by now. Fox News Live is coming up next. After that, Donna D with the news. And Jerry Roberts is going to linger in for a little bit with the Extra Point. That's ahead on the show.
For the High Court holding her own, I'm Ted Lindner, Fox News. The Supreme Court hearing showdown continues as President Biden's nominee answers questions on previous sentences she's handed down.
Judge Jackson says her role as a judge is to stay in her lane.
As a judge in our system, I have limited power.
Jackson was pressed on Republican concerns. She's soft on crime and handed down lenient sentences for child pornography.
I impose a significant sentence and all of the additional restraints that are available in the law.
As a federal public defender, Jackson also represented accused terrorists detained at Guantanamo Bay, telling senators,
federal public defenders don't get to pick their clients.
The confirmation hearings are scheduled to continue through Thursday. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki announcing this afternoon she's tested positive for COVID-19 minutes after she was set to deliver the daily press briefing with Jake Sullivan, Mr. Biden's national security advisor. Chris Meagher, a White House spokesman, filling in at the briefing where he was joined by the White House national security advisor. Fox's Gernal Scott is live with more.
That's right, Ted. Jake Sullivan at the White House briefing outlined what the president has in store for his travel at an emergency NATO summit and meetings with G7 allies and the European Union. Sullivan says the president has several goals.
Coordinate on the next phase of military assistance to Ukraine. He will join our partners in imposing further sanctions on Russia and tightening the existing sanctions to crack down on evasion and to ensure robust enforcement.
Sullivan says shoring up a military posture with NATO and ensuring humanitarian aid to Ukrainians will also be priorities, Ted.
Thank you, Gernal Scott there. America is listening to Fox News.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years we've been a friend. We have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Chili's has the seafood you crave and the flavors you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, appetizers, and entrees, like our loaded baked potato soup, quesadilla explosion salad, our savory Cajun shrimp pasta, or our mouth-watering grilled ancho salmon. Ask about our black bean burger options, like our tasty mushroom Swiss or old-timer with cheese. This is a limited-time offer, so hurry in and enjoy all the tasty Lent options this Lenten season. We're located on the second floor of Two Montans Plaza. At Chili's, savor the moment.
President Biden warning American companies about threats of potential cyber attacks by Russia.
The White House is saying that they have seen these new intelligence reports that show Russia is planning more cyber attacks against American companies. They've put out a warning and even briefed some of those companies in anticipation of this and warning them they need to prepare as if an attack could happen pretty much at any moment from now going forward. Yesterday, President Biden said that cyber warfare is a capability Vladimir Putin has, but has so far in this war chosen not to use it. This claim from the president, though, directly contradicts what we know has already transpired. So far, 21 American companies that are involved with LNG production, including Chevron and Cheniere, were attacked by cyber hackers 2 weeks prior to the start of the Russian invasion.
And that is Fox's Jillian Turner. Tornadoes that tore through the southern plains kill one person in Texas. Officials in Texas and Oklahoma say schools, homes, and businesses were heavily damaged, some destroyed. Fox meteorologist Janice Dean has more on the nation's weather.
After over a dozen reports of tornadoes yesterday in Texas, another round of strong to severe storms will threaten the Gulf Coast and then Florida into the mid-Atlantic tomorrow. Large hail, damaging winds, heavy rainfall, and the risk of flash flooding plus tornadoes will all be possible. Snow, meanwhile, will fall west and north of this system across the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes. The heat is building over the west midweek. Temperatures will be 15 to 20 degrees above average for the interior valleys of California, and fire danger will increase tomorrow for the southern plains. I'm Janice Dean, Fox News.
The body of a Kentucky coal miner recovered after a roof collapse deep underground. James Brown was 33 years old. He had been working Sunday night when the collapse occurred. Operations at the D29 Darby Fork coal mine remain suspended. I'm Ted Lindner. This is Fox News.
Hey, what did the grilled cheese sandwich say to their date?
What'd they say?
You make me melt.
Oh, so cheesy. But not as cheesy as Subway's latest Eat Fresh, Refresh menu innovation. The new Fresh Melts with 3 times the cheese. Fresh Melts are the cheese lover's holy grail. Fresh Melts combine freshly baked breads and your favorite meats topped with a triple load of cheese. All grilled to warm, toasty perfection. Try the ham and cheese melt, tuna melt, or steak and cheese melt to start. Best of all, you can make any footlong into a fresh melt. At Subway, eat fresh.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab-crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on the point. Police have arrested a man for using a slingshot to hit passing cars at a busy intersection. Court documents state that 21-year-old Ron Herwin was found on top of a large power box, pulling the strap of a slingshot and aiming it at vehicles near McDonald's in Harmon. At the time of his arrest, Herwin was on probation for a 2020 case where he pleaded guilty to slashing tires and threatening a man with a knife. Herwin is facing charges of attempted criminal mischief as a third-degree felony and reckless conduct as a misdemeanor. And the Supreme Court heard appeals from fired Police Department Colonel Mark Charfris yesterday. Assistant Attorney General Marianne Wallaschuk told the Supreme Court that Charfris committed insubordination when he disregarded the police chief's instructions and disclosed confidential information to the media about an ongoing investigation. Charfris wants justices to give him his job back after the Civil Service Commission and the Superior Court agreed with GPD's decision to fire him in 2016. This is in relation to an incident on Christmas Eve of that year when officers responded to a report of illegal use of regulated fireworks at Charfris's home in Agate. Instead of termination, Charfris has asked the Supreme Court to refer the matter back to the police department for other punishment. Meanwhile, 84 new cases of COVID out of 565 specimens analyzed on Monday. The latest JIC shows a total of 15 people hospitalized, with 2 of them being in ICU and 2 on a ventilator. 11 are unvaccinated and 4 are not. As of Monday, nearly 136,000 of Guam's eligible population is fully vaccinated. Public Health's free vaccination clinic is ongoing at the Agana Shopping Center's second floor, Monday to Saturday from 11 to 5. Walk-ins are welcome, but appointments are recommended. Go to tinyurl.com/vaxguam. And free community testing at the old Carnival Grounds in Tidzin is Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 to 3, and Saturdays from 8 to 11 in the morning. Testing is by appointment through tinyurl.com/COVID-stops-with-me. We'll have more news right after this.
Huff a Day! Celebrating Tomorrow Month, Whopper Wednesday is back every Wednesday in March. Visit your participating Burger King, say, I love the Whopper, or who guides a Whopper, and get a free flame-grilled Whopper sandwich with the purchase of any Whopper combo meal. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Tell your familia and friends and enjoy your Whopper Wednesday. Available at BK at Agutya, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. See Tu'us Ma'asi from your friends at Burger King.
The fuel surcharge increase on power bills may be pushed to May. GPA General Manager John Beneventi has recommended that an increase be held off until the 1st of May to provide some leeway for ratepayers. Officials have discussed a surcharge increase that would result in the average power bill going up 10 to 13%. The final decision on the increase will be decided by the Public Utilities Commission, who will be meeting at the end of the month to discuss the issue. Fuel oil prices have been fluctuating over the last week, and the price went up to over $111 per barrel today. Commissioner Simon Sanchez says the daily uncertainty in the cost of fuel warrants a pause to see where the costs will end up. GPA projected that it will end up with an almost $30 million shortfall by July if the surcharge is not adjusted before then. And the governor's fiscal team's update on the current financial picture shows that general fund revenues are tracking $61 million higher than projected. Budget Director Lester Carlson says military buildup projects will drive and maintain the economy, but Public Auditor B.J. Cruz says when the military projects are quoted in the billions of dollars, most of that money does not come to Guam. It goes to vendors and contractors in the States. Cruz adds that Guam could cash in more by taxing the construction up front. Tourism is Guam's other main economic driver, and GVB says it's continuing to show improvement, but will be a slower rebound. The administration has already submitted its fiscal year 23 executive budget request of $998 million, with $695 million available for appropriation. Senators are expected to begin agency-by-agency budget hearings beginning next month. And those were your top stories. Reporting for The Point, I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's Ray.
I'm dreaming.
Okay.
Simon Sanchez said I'm dreaming. I'm so mad. Because I was merely, I'm just trying to help, for heaven's sakes. So all of this oil is very, very expensive that we got coming in for burning at the Guam Power Authority. And I'm thinking, maybe we just open up the thing and pour old car oil. Can we put car oil in there?
I don't know
It'll
if that's gonna
burn
good,
burn.
man.
Well, not good, but it'll burn with everything else. I'm not saying we only use that. I'm saying we put it in with the other stuff that burns. Mix up the fuel a little bit. I was thinking like vegetable oil.
Fuel slop.
All of the
That's what it is.
Yes, exactly. But is every car shop on Guam that we've got, even the ones in the villages, I'm sure that they've got drums and drums and drums of this oil. Don't know how to get rid of it safely. Just pour it into the hole at GPA and see if it burns. Might like after you let the lawnmower sit for a long time, you get that big whoosh of dirty oil comes out the stack.
Yeah.
Maybe the same thing. But I was thinking like vegetable oil from all the fast food places and the restaurants. I'm sure that will burn. You get it hot enough. It'll get past the whatever the point is.
It will, but then it'll smell like lumpia.
The
whole island will
but lumpia or French fries,
okay.
That wouldn't be so bad. It's like every time you drive by PD, roll the windows down.
You got something, man.
Man, that's nice. I love that smell. Let's put it in one of the old units. You don't have to put it in anything that might break. I'm just saying, there's got to be like old VHS tapes, whatever it is that Joanne has got in his hair. Just those kinds of things we got to take a look at. I just think that there's valuable resources that we're overlooking at this time. 7:12 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show. Mostly sunny today. Highs near 88 degrees. Let me get the weather map up on the screen so you can see what's going on out there in the neighborhood. Low pressure. Not low pressure, but we get this kind of a ridge, and Guam is right there at the bottom of it. But a lot of that weather is staying below Guam in the Mariana Islands. That's why we get mostly sunny skies there. Highs near 88 degrees with a heat index. It'll feel like 92. I got easterly winds up to 15 miles an hour, gusting as high as 18. Partly cloudy tonight. Overnight lows about 77 degrees. So let me just put it this way. It's even hot at night. 77 ain't that low. And if you don't have a breeze coming through, it's downright muggy out there. Heat index again 92. Rip current warning in the water. High fire danger. Red flag warning. So no burning is supposed to be allowed today. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:32. Sunset wasn't all that long ago over at Pirates Cove. I've got some pictures of the sunrise that Jeff sent me. Well, it's working on the sunrise. So somewhere in this picture, and you got to find it, is the sun. It's kind of hard. There's the cloud there, and there's another one. Look, cloud blocking the sun here. Another one, another one, another one. And then finally, no, wait, not that one. Are we there? There's finally. There is something that looks like the sun up in the sky on the eastern side of the island. Your mileage may vary. At 7:13, this is the Ray Gibson Show.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified. Serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs. Portions of the program brought to you by my friends over at American President Lines, APL, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by my team over at Subway. Eat fresh, refresh, going on as I speak. And what's the big deal? Melts, baby. It's Melts. They got they put together a sandwich for you, and we got your fresh bread and your favorite meats, and then a triple load of cheese. And then we put it into that gizmo that you only find over at the Subways, where it simultaneously melts the cheese and toasts the bread. On all four sides. How do they do it? I don't know. It's science over at Subway. They got a ham and cheese melt, a tuna melt, steak and cheese melt, or if you've already got your favorite sandwich, turn it into a fresh melt when you buy the footlong. At Subway, eat fresh.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Oh, my God. Okay, Ricky, I want a commission. I want a commission over at Skydive because apparently there's a whole bunch of point people that want to go skydiving with you. Army Lynn says, yeah, good idea. Nick Pulaski, jumping out of a perfectly good airplane or getting on a ship they sink on purpose, you know, like submarines, is not my idea of a good time. And let me see, Frank Gunner, Oorah, Devil Dog, Brennan Foster, way to represent. Keep those legs up on touchdown. Sounds dirty, but it isn't. So when they come in and you see some of these videos, what you want to do is you want to let the guy, your instructor, he needs his legs free to be able to execute a walking landing. So what you've got to do, and for some people this would be easy. If you got good abs, if you got good core control, you keep your legs up the entire time that you're coming in. So it looks like an L when you're landing.
Right before you break them.
Yeah. And if you do it wrong, crash, bang. You know, butt over tea kettle, that kind of thing. It's kind of fun to watch, and so that's one of the things that they teach you when you go in there. Lena says, I'll go tandem, even though I've done accelerated free fall twice. Let me see, back in '83, Ismael Velez and I jumped out of a plane at an undisclosed location. Lost a lot of good men that day. Operation Coco. Let's get a group pandemic rate and jump. Like I said, they've already got a big sale going on. And then there's a bunch of other comments from Damon Kaufman, James Howard, Jeff Pleadwell, Carlene Harker's online. If every house has a solar system, then GPA will go defunct. Dream on, baby. It's not just a solar system. Got to have a nice big battery backup. And then what do you do when those things go south? Just saying. Elwin Chimpaco Kitano online. Kevin Kinata is there. Jeff Pleadwell, like I said, watching the program. MJ Regis, Pat Saho. Wow, big crowd. Lena Paris, Taiting Fung watching. Cameron Mendiola, Marjan Conception. There's Bill Fratton. Francis Duffy. Benita Camacho Garrido is online. Renee Benny and Tobat Castro, John Onadera, Flo Santos, Justin Estacchio, Therese Uggan, Danny Guerrero, Mercy Wenzel, Michelle Charland Lesonco watching the program. What a huge room we've got today.
Who are all those people, man?
I know they're all either friends or new room. Friends. Mail Room Plus is watching. Mail Room Plus.
M-A-L-E or?
M-A-L, yeah, M-A-L.
Okay, sorry.
We're thinking like Wordle. Christine Santos, Randy Montanotnia, Greg Baz Knight, Kim Aiken's online.
Hey, Kim.
Norma Hagen. Good morning to Dave Duenas, Chris Barnes, Ina Lee, George Cabrera, Mark Ina, Ryan Trent. Ken LG's, not only is Ken LG watching, he's on the line. Good morning, Ken. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
I'm so glad to hear that, and I appreciate you coining a new phrase here in our political language, the Cal Macho Ada. Yeah, I think that's gorgeous. Thank you very much for putting that down on paper. I don't know if I agreed with everything else you pointed out in the editorial, but I thought that was pretty interesting.
Well, if you go to the candidate, I've got a video up there that goes into more detail than I'm allowed in a 600-word limit on an op-ed. But, there's all the visuals that go along with it and diagnose how I arrived at that conclusion. Because, this is a very, very critical election for the people of Guam right now. This election is going to set the direction of this island for years to come. And the good news for the people is we've got 20 years of track records that we can go back and look at. But the difference this time is instead of listening to the ads that they put out and talk about how wonderful the future will be if you elect me again, we can look back and see how wonderful our future is now having elected them in the past. Because there's a big difference between the campaign promise and the governing reality, as we all know. And, I mean, this road is littered with potholes deep enough to bury bodies on. When you look at the difference between the promises made by the two gubernatorial, and I say two.
Okay, well, and that's fine. And your assignment is going to be then, if we're not crazy about more buy-in candidates, we saw what happened in the 34th or the 35th Guam legislature and into the 36th Guam legislature, where we're going, okay, well, there's a bunch of candidates with good name recognition. They've sat out a term or two. Maybe we'll bring them back. Has that worked out? Has that fulfilled all of our dreams one way or the other? So if maybe, I mean, there might be somebody else. I think the new player in the game is Mike St. Nicholas, obviously, but he hasn't announced anything yet.
Yeah, he hasn't announced anything yet, and until he announces, I don't consider him a credible candidate.
All right. Well, so I get it. But we got to do more than just criticize what the one that we've got now, and the ones that we've got coming in from the past, and just encourage Mike to keep going. I got Jerry Roberts in the studio, so you're welcome to call back a little bit later on. When we're done with Jerry, we're going to go into news, and then after that, I got a guy named Tommy Hicks from the National Republican Party, and he's here obviously to help push the continuance of the red wave. The red wave begins on Guam, right? So like where America's red wave begins.
Yes,
will be on Guam. That's what we're going to try to push.
We are fortunate to have somebody like him come to the island. We really are, and that says a lot about the work that Juan Carlos Benitez has been doing.
Don't disagree. Don't disagree. Well, I'm just kind of curious to find out, how he does with Wordle. That's going to be my thing. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Ken. You have an outrageous day. 888-825-5888-TALK. Normally we take a look at what's going on in the markets. Looks like they're all back. All the American markets were upside down yesterday. Looks like they come back. Tapas at $116.22. West Texas at $111.30. Tapas, not the most expensive fuel on the planet. That Azure Light that I like to look at, $123. So there's clearly more to go for the more boutique kind of oils that we've got floating around.
And that's what we need is boutique oil.
Yes, I think we should. I think we ought to be bringing them in from, where's hot? Greece is hot right now. Greece is, you got a whole kind of Mediterranean vibe going on. So I'll see what kind of oil that they've got hanging in there.
Extra virgin.
Could be. So I sent you a link this morning to The Guardian. Did you get it?
I did not look.
All right. Well, it's in your WhatsApp, and there's a full, about 100. It is, how do I say this? The Guardian has published 100 ways to improve your life without really trying. This is a lot of it. I'm looking at a lot of this. Oh my God, this is a week's worth of Jerry Roberts extra points.
Really? I'll just have to look at that.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
I'll give you a primer.
Okay.
Ways to improve your life without really trying. Send a voice note instead of a text. They sound like personal mini podcasts. Okay, no, don't do that. Don't do that. When people send me, because you don't know when you press the play button, what the content is going to be, whether you're going to enjoy it or when it's going to end. So
and nobody checks voicemail anymore, so never mind.
Well, you can do it on WhatsApp. There's a you didn't know that? There's a voice feature you can do on WhatsApp, and I absolutely hate it when people send me voicemails on WhatsApp. Number 2, don't be weird about how to stack the dishwasher. For some people and some families, this is a thing. It's a major cause for argument, is what goes on top and what goes on the bottom and how you're supposed to have. Everything has got to be upside down or right side up, and if you do it wrong, though, you end up doing 2 loads, and people don't like that. I don't currently own a dishwasher.
Nor do I.
But when I
have a teenager.
That's exactly right.
But he doesn't do any of it.
There we go. If you're going less than a mile, walk or cycle. You don't need to jump in the car for every little thing. The mom and pop store at the corner. Yeah, right. I don't care. Gas at $5.90 a gallon. I'm still jumping in the car. And this one here, make a friend. I love this. Make a friend from a different generation.
Yes.
So younger people look for older people. Older people, your friend. This is not permission to hang out at the Academy parking lot. Just saying, but and so Jerry Roberts has got the link, and it is possible down the road we might have even more of these. 100 ways.
I'll try to delete the last one. But, so yes.
Well, no, that
sounds good. It sounds good.
My editorial comment on that.
I appreciate that.
724.
I heard that Mike San Nicolas is. I saw a post yesterday. I'm not sure this is true. This might be just Facebook stuff that people throw up there.
Go ahead.
Lonely Democrats and stuff. But someone said
living with their mom in the basement.
Could be. Someone said that Mike has offered the second slot on his campaign, on his ticket, to 3 people, and they've all said no.
No,
that's what it said. You think so?
Maybe.
Who would turn him down? I want to know. Who would turn him down?
So if you've already got a pretty good gig going, yeah, maybe that would be a reason. I'm familiar with a couple of the names. John Fernandez is a name that's been floating around. Therese Terlai is another name that's been floating around. But it might be one of those things. And don't forget, Mike's he's a crafty guy.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of.
But John's pulling $500,000 a year
at the Department
DOE,
of Education,
right? Something like that.
And I think we finally got the power structure right. So he works very well with the board. At some point, we're going to get a superintendent that the board is afraid of, and that's always fun to watch as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, so John's he's got a gig.
He's got the money.
And
he doesn't need it.
Like I said, Therese Terlai, she's of her own political mind, and current speaker of the legislature.
I wish that political mind would have done more the last couple of years, but that's just my personal feeling.
Well,
I thought she was really slotted to really upset the apple cart. She chose not to.
But she has, I want to say, been tactical in some of the things that she signed up with, especially working with the Republicans. I mean, I don't know that there has been a better representative of the Democrats to create a bipartisan sense of harmony between the majority and the minority.
Really?
Yeah, I think they work. I think she works better with the minority than Tina did, as an example.
Did she vote to overthrow the emergency health authorization?
No, I was just looking over it at the Resolution 291 and did not see her name on it.
Yeah.
It's at the bottom, waiting for her signature as Speaker of the Legislature.
I see. Okay.
But and she might actually be.
She might. You never know.
Well, she supported it before.
Did she?
I believe she has in the past. Anyway, 726.
I'll have to withdraw that.
We will.
I'll just have to look again to see maybe that I'll consider what you're saying.
To my point here is Miguel is a crafty guy.
Is he?
Yeah, and so it might be one of these things where he builds support for these people by saying, "Listen, I'm running for governor. I'd like you to be my lieutenant governor." And they go, "Oh, yeah, well, now is not a good time." But maybe by flattering them with the ask, he gets the support of them and their family.
Okay.
Ponder.
Ponder
it is a possibility.
That's possible.
Because I trust me, I know this for a fact. You get into this the stratosphere of people that are running or pretty and look like they might make good governor, lieutenant governor candidates. There's a whole different aura around that club of people right now, they look at each other, and this is the beginning of a kind of network building.
I got it, but those are two things I've never been, running or pretty. So I've never had to worry about that.
Oh, Jer, come on, knock that off. It's 7:27. We got to do the extra point being brought to you this morning by our friends over at First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry?
Imagine that you're universally recognized as one of the smartest people on the planet. Then you make a simple error in a public setting and you're ridiculed for it. I saw a post about this and it brought up an old memory and thoughts about how we treat each other. That's coming next on the Extra Point.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
Recently, I caught a post that told the story of Albert Einstein, a certifiable genius, and how he made an intentional error in a classroom to see what the reaction would be. Einstein wrote on a chalkboard, 9 times 1 is 9, 9 times 2 is 18, 9 times 3, 27, 9 times 4, 36, 9 times 5, 45, 9 times 6, 54, 9 times 7, 63, 9 times 7, 72, 9 times 8, 72, 9 times 9, 81, 9 times 10, 91. So the class erupts in laughter, with students calling out Einstein for the error. The answer to 9 times 10, of course, is 90, not 91. All of his students were in an uproar over what they thought was a genuine mistake. Einstein waited for everyone to be silent, and he said, despite the fact that I analyzed 9 problems correctly, no one congratulated me. But when I made a mistake, everybody started laughing. This means that even if a person is successful, society will notice his slightest mistake. So I'm looking at this. Math has kind of been my thing for my whole life. I flash back to my Algebra 1 class in school. Now, I'm definitely no Einstein, but things clicked for me in that particular class. I connected with the teacher, and the learning, well, it was effortless. 2/3 the way through the semester, I had a perfect score of 100 in tests, quizzes, and assignments. Plus, I had never missed on problems given in class. I was excited about that. I never made a big deal about it. I don't think I ever mentioned to anybody except maybe to my mom. The teacher highlighted my achievement one day, and the recognition felt good, but a bit awkward. I wasn't seeking attention and certainly didn't understand how me being singled out might play with my classmates. My perfect string came to an end on a day that I allowed myself to be distracted. I was given a problem, and I must not have heard it correctly because I was yapping with somebody. In any case, I missed it. The teacher announced my mistake kind of like a game show host. No, Jerry, that's not correct. So the class breaks up in laughter, and I was embarrassed. Worst, it was clear to me that they were happy that I blew the answer, and that just seemed weird. The class clown chimed in with, "Dude, you're such a loser." Now, was it jealousy? Was it that they felt the need to pull me off the pedestal that the teacher had put me on? It was confusing because I never had any jealousy for any other people who achieved. Good for them. I just wanted some for me. Now, I've seen this same kind of thing play out in the workplace, and it's led me to wonder, what's in it? What's in it for people who drag others down or point out the mistakes of others gleefully? I've had people admit to me that they were glad when a certain person screwed up, even if it hurt the organization. Well, now, we're never going to get rid of this, of course, but I think we can do more to discourage it or encourage less of it. In my course, Recognition, Praise, and Motivation, I highlight the importance of giving praise on a regular basis, and such praise has to be sincere and specific. There's more to it, but that gives you an idea of the overall concept. It's okay to single out your star workers for their achievements, but make sure that everybody gets fed. If you say that there's nothing to praise some of your workers for, well, I'd ask the question, are you looking close enough? The second question is, if what you say is true, why are they still on your payroll? I can't recall having a worker for whom I couldn't find some reason to pump them up. Look harder. It's almost certainly there. Be a strengthener of strengths. Be a praiser for effort and achievement. Be a dispenser of enthusiasm. Last thing, if you're a regular achiever and then you mess one up, which brings the laughter and the ridicule, go ahead and laugh right along with them. It may change the mood from one where, I'm glad he blew it, he deserves what he's getting, to, well, maybe he's not such a bad guy after all. Then shake it off and go win some more. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
All right, Jerry Roberts. Love to spend more time with you. We got big names coming in. Juan Carlos Benitez is going to be in here.
He'll be here?
He'll be here.
I have an autograph pad here.
Do you?
Yeah.
I will work that out. And a fellow named Tommy Hicks, venture capitalist, so I'm going to be really, really nice to him.
I have a venture.
We both do, maybe. That'll be one of those things. So what do you look up in? What do you look for in your opportunities here? Are you looking to offshore your money on Guam?
This guy spends billions, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't need billions. I just need the stuff that falls out of his pocket as he's coming around the corner. And that's all.
I got you. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. Good to have you in here this morning. I'd hesitate to make a plug on for the website because I don't know if you're up to date on
Not
your...
even near.
Okay, well, blame it on the Russians.
It was Putin.
Exactly.
Putin keeps me from putting up transcripts.
It's time for Headline News with Donna, being brought to you here by our friends over at Burger King. It's Wednesday, and that means I love the Whopper Wednesday. And then tomorrow, Guides Whopper. You say that, and they'll hook you up in time. Not eating meat? Try the Impossible Whopper. 100% Whopper, 0% beef. News also brought to you by Top End Pest Control. Ken and Karen are there for all of your pest controlling needs. 487-5657. And for those of you that have real estate needs, buy, sell, manage, paint, whatever, hang out with Auntie Lolita Camet now at Huffaday Realty, 688-6743. And I think I'm supposed to say this in those hush kind of radio announcer tones. Principal broker Jody Duenas. Now with news and headlines, Donna De Jesus.
28-year-old Joseph Anthony Leon Guerrero Duenas is facing charges for the death of his 5-year-old son, Jaden. Duenas told police that he had been in a deep sleep from smoking meth the night before. It was during this time that his son walked out of their Dedito home and went into a car parked in direct sunlight on the family property. Police say the car had defective door handles on the interior and the boy was trapped inside. Investigators noted signs that the boy was struggling to get out. Duenas brought his son to the Estimbo fire station and medics rushed him to GRMC where he was pronounced dead. An autopsy is pending. Duenas is on house arrest and is scheduled to answer to the charges of negligent homicide and child abuse in Superior Court today. The Guam Fire Department has suspended the search for a fisherman who went missing off the waters of Inarajan on Saturday. He was one of the 2 fishermen who was swept off the reef. Federal, local, and private agencies conducted an extensive 3-day search before recovering the body of one of them about 25 meters from the location where they were last seen. Rough seas and hazardous surf hampered dive and surface swimmer operations. The search was cut off at sunset yesterday, pending further evidence or discovery. And the Archdiocese has closed Mount Carmel Church in Agate after a big portion of the floor caved in. The Post reports that it may have been some sort of sinkhole below the altar and sanctuary, collapsing the altar and creating an immediate hazard. A video of what was found was widely circulated on social media. Catholic Education Superintendent Father Val Rodriguez says Mount Carmel School will also be closed today as a precaution while a structural engineer assesses both the church and the school this morning. No injuries were reported. And the University of Guam will be creating a campus student security program. The program employs student safety officers through the work-study program under the supervision of UOG safety admin to patrol the campus at night, though they are not considered government employees. University students have been wanting an increase on-campus security presence in recent years due to multiple incidents that have occurred on and off campus. UOG Safety Administrator Alfred Garrido says student officers will be equipped with body cameras to provide video evidence of all their tasks. While the students would be considered safety officers, the school does not want their students to place themselves in potentially dangerous or life-threatening situations. Garrido stresses that the program is a very low-risk employment opportunity. And those are your local headlines. I'm Donna De Jesus.
Wait, they want the students to be like patrol boys?
Yeah, it's part of work study.
What could possibly go wrong?
Right.
You know what? And the Army ROTC guys, give them real guns. Go ahead and give them real guns. What's the point of having them there if they aren't also providing some kind of collateral protection for themselves and the other students? All right, well, I don't know. It's 7:37 in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Coming up, we'll talk with Tommy Hicks before too much longer, and I'll be able to dispense other critical advice and information after these important messages.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro. 7:38 in the morning. Cousin Troy sent me this picture, and I'm with you. I can't stop laughing either. Hey, Far, you got a cigarette? Oh, my God.
Put the mask back on.
I was going to say, I bet it smells like cat pee, too. I bet this, because otherwise, you know, this is the thing, is you start losing a lot of your teeth if you get that meth thing going. Good enough. All right, I was looking at the traffic earlier, and I said, hey, it's starting to busy up, and it is. This is what it looked like about quarter after 7 o'clock this morning. I'll update the image now so we can see just how much worse it's gotten. Oh, actually, it's not so bad. A little bit of traffic at Anderson Air Force Base. We got a little bit of traffic over by Mickey D's down south of that. A little bit more. Is not even a whole lot of people have made their way into Dededo yet. So basically intersection traffic. Route 3 is busy as well, but it looks like it clears up way before you get to Micronesia Mall intersection. You might see some stuff over at Kmart and that area. 8, 10, 16. Nothing major through there yet. Like I said, it feels maybe it's just a little bit early, but I'm not seeing that build up. Maybe a little bit of traffic over by the Wendy's because we keep talking about that really good honey chicken sandwich that they've got there. I'm just trying to stroke my advertisers. Hope it's all right. You know, hope it's okay here. A little bit of traffic getting into the downtown Hagutnia area, and then Big Navy in Sumai doing its thing as usual. In 20 minutes, it'll be 8 o'clock in the morning.
Be in the know. Want to keep your family safe from high-tech trouble? Introducing Bark Jr., a new online parental control app that's free for GTA wireless and internet customers. Bark Jr. monitors apps and social media, manages online screen time, and filters websites to protect your family from inappropriate online content. Sign up for any GTA postpaid wireless or internet service and get Bark Jr. for free today. Call us at 671-644-4482 or visit us at gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
We're already Pika's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing the point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
It's the Ray Gibson Show.
I know that guy.
Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Still kind of freaking out over that thing with the Agate Church. And have we checked the other churches?
No.
I'm just saying, there might be something going
freaking
on.
Out too.
Because I'm raised a Catholic boy, and I'll tell you what, the Lord moves in mysterious ways. And we have no idea unless we actually start thinking about this, actually praying on this, be mindful about what happened down there and what it could mean, what that message might be. The things are sinking around here.
There's a parable in there somewhere.
Exactly my points. Check the other churches. I don't know, maybe it's, go with the level. Go Home Depot and get one of those like level things. Ooh, laser level. Get one of those levels and just make sure everything is straight. Maybe not tilting a little bit.
Check all the churches.
Exactly. Because it might be that message from God. And you know what the message might also be? How about all that PUA money and the EBT and your programming salapi? Has anybody given that to the church? Is anybody sticking any of that sweet federal money in an envelope and, dropping it off in the box?
$1, Ray.
That's
$1.
all. That's all. God's asking for his share. We emphasize again to parishioners and all people, please do not go near the site, including the immediate exterior of the church, as well as Mount Carmel School. The safety of all the people is paramount. So they've sealed it off. Wouldn't it be crazy if something was going on inside?
Oh, wow.
What was the name of that? Schwarzenegger was in the movie, End of Days. Wouldn't it be weird if like there was some End of Days thing going on? So they got the windows covered up and the doors are all locked, so you can't see, what's going on. Epic battle, Saint Michael versus the devil.
Yeah.
That we can't see on the inside. I'm just saying, play around with the idea. You just never know. Seven is Catholic Church, man. It's a thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's a world of mystery and delight. 888-8255-888-TALK, 797-8255. If you've got a funny meme that you want to send. And I'm not saying that there's a challenge, but if you're sending in a funny meme, it should be at least as funny as this one. And if you don't understand why this is funny, ask somebody from around here, because we all got one of that one weird cousin that's got like lots of missing teeth in all the weird places, and then he's got kind of those big kind of I drink too much eyeballs. Hey, is that your tick?
James Howard.
That guy.
Just like that.
All right, let me just get caught up with who else is playing around here. We got James Howard, Jerome McDonald, Ken Brown, Mark and Francis Ishmael, Papa Joe, Alec. Ray, how about letting us know why Guam doesn't have SSI benefits, only the 50 states? That's racist to those that are disabled here on Guam. Boy, there's one of those topics. I defer to His Honor Bob Klitsky. He will be on the radio at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and he knows everything there is to know about that. And there's an actual court case that we're trying to see all our way through so that those SSI benefits can be extended here. It's one of those things. We're Guam. You can do it up in Saipan, but not on Guam. Makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. 888-825-888-TALK. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez joining us real quick, and he's going to provide the Democratic counterpoint to the conversation I'm going to have with Juan Carlos Benitez and Tommy Higgs. Hey, Gov, what's up?
Nothing much. Just getting ready to, hopefully make it to Japan, Korea, and see what we can do about getting some tourists coming here in the next 2 weeks.
When are you going? Do you need somebody help with the luggage?
It opens on the 1st, so we're leaving on the 1st.
Okay. I don't know. That's April Fool's Day. It's kind of a high holy holiday for people in the radio game. So I don't know, but I appreciate the offer. At any rate, Fandania Friday coming up this Friday, right?
Yes, and we're really excited because the people are really accepting it, and we're trying to figure out how more to put out stuff for the kids, especially, and we're going to start doing something like giving out, prizes. For example, the trucks pay us to go there like $50 each, right? So we're pooling all these funds that they bring in, and we're going to have a raffle. We're going to have a raffle for those people that are there, and give it back to the people, so that we don't really charge the vendors for being there, but as a contribution for bringing more people.
I like the idea. So it worked for the vaccine. Remember when that came out? There were raffles and stuff like that.
Yes.
Well, I'm just trying to tie the two things together. Now, I got a call from our favorite mayor down in Arahan yesterday, and he reminded me about an editorial that appeared in the Pacific Daily News yesterday, and I thought it was interesting. Nothing makes me happier than to watch Carl Gutierrez get into a scrap, and usually because he's on the side of righteousness and light, and in this case, it looks like you are not necessarily calling them out by name, but certainly identifying in easy to understand ways that you've got issues with a couple of folks on the board who have expressed issues and disagreements with what you consider to be the important policies of the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Well, of course, I generally don't pick fights. I fight back, and I think when you fight back, you have an obligation to really fight hard, because somebody has pushed you to the point that you have to fight back. And what's been happening in the past is that some of these people that are there that are not appointed by either the governor or the legislature are inherently conflicted, and they don't understand that when you have a problem like that, you don't discuss things that benefit you. Eventually, you don't vote for it. You recuse yourself. And what's really getting to me right now, and I think people of Guam should hear this thing, that those people that are not appointed by the legislature don't have to submit financial disclosures as we do. Even I have to submit it. The appointed ones by the legislature and the governor have to submit financial disclosures. All they do is put in a piece of paper that says, I have no conflict. If you own a hotel, you have a conflict. If you own an airline, you have a conflict. If you own a business, you have a conflict that benefits you. So these people have to understand that you might be there, okay, get your good ideas in, but when it comes to something that benefits you, do not be part of the discussion or do not be part of the voting. Recuse yourself, but they don't. And that's what's happened to me is that every time we come up as a management, a team, because this GVB is not a management board. It is a policy board, but they have started to become or have been a management board, and they let them get away with it, but not this time because I am a fiduciary, and I've got to be able to protect the people of Guam's money.
748, former Governor Carl T. C. Gutierrez speaking from the perch over at the Guam Visitors Bureau. And this becomes very, very interesting as an example of ways that might appear where you've got a conflict. As an example, it was practice in the past for the Visitors Bureau to subsidize airfares on the airlines, particularly out of Japan, in order to make sure that those flights were coming in full and that the tourists were very, very happy. So they'd get basically sale prices to get to Guam, super prices, super low prices to get to Guam without knowing that the actual fare was being charged, but it was being subsidized by the Guam Visitors Bureau. That would appear as one of the original conflicts that you refer to.
That is correct, and the fact is that we would like to give incentives, but at the height of the biggest number of tourists coming into a year, we're still subsidizing by the millions. When people are coming in overflowing on Guam, why are we subsidizing airlines? That's the question that I want to bring up, and I want the people of Guam to know that. Let the management run it, and the money is for the people of Guam, not for the benefit, and it's not nobody's extended budget for their corporations. The people of Guam's taxes are being used, and that's where the fallacy is right now of this kind of a board. And I am going to tell the people of Guam, and I told the governor, and I'm telling the senators that you've got to do something about this because almost every one of those people that are there from the non-elected, non-appointed ones are inherently conflicted.
Well, but a lot of people go, well, it's a Visitors Bureau. Of course we want airline guys there. Of course we want hotel guys on the board, especially when we start, talking about, the mega hotel operators that we've got, or operator that we've got here on Guam. We certainly want them in to provide their insights and their wisdom of their experiences in a board setting, don't we?
That's exactly correct, and that's why we have committees to come in, give us all of your ideas, give your input to the management, and then we'll pick it up from there. But don't dictate to management how you want that money spent, because that is shirking my responsibility as a fiduciary. And so now this thing, I'm stepping in as much as I can right now to stop it because it's been going on for far too long, and the people of Guam are not getting their money's worth if they're not going to get any benefit from those funds going out into the community. And I think that's why Tony Chargol have called in. They try to take that part of the decision of management to give in around $95,000 and in partnership with GVB so that we may have, tourism go down to the south where we expect them to take care of the tourists. But then we don't want to give them $95,000 to put up a screen board. And it's something that, like I said, I didn't choose to fight. One board member didn't want to vote for me to be a president and CEO because they said there's no way you can control Carl Gutierrez. Well, absolutely not. And I'm pushing back hard now.
Okay, so some would say that maybe there ought to be a look at reframing, if you will, the foundation of the board and the requirements of board members.
That's correct, and I think I spoke to GEC today. And they said, no, all they have to do is submit a piece of paper, unlike those appointed by the governor or the senators that, I have no conflict, and that's no. They don't tell them that how much money they have, how much land they have. I do. Everybody that submits financial disclosures disclose their entire finances, not just say I have no conflict. and expect to get away with it. I think they favored these people too far too long, and the senators need to stand up and make it all equitable. And the OPA should take a look at this too, because he's the one that pushes for the ethical actions of all Tough Guam employees and people that handle the people of Guam's money. And I mean, I don't have to be there at GBB. They want to fire me, then fire me. But you're not going to push me around anymore. Believe me. You tried, and we tried to work with you. But when it got too blatant, Jerry and I are just saying no more. And we told that to the governor, and I hope the governor intercedes here, because it is also part of our call.
Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, always a delight talking with you, and as I say, as a longtime observer of politics on Guam and leadership here on Guam, and I do refer to you as one of the leaders. This is going to be an interesting fight. I'm going to start making popcorn and pull up for a ringside seat.
Thank you, Ray. I'm sorry that I have to get to this point, but like I said, when you're pushed up against the wall, you just fight back. That's all it is.
Well, we're in a place where we've got to do one of a couple of things. We've got to do some heavy-duty marketing in places where we know the customers are right now, can fly to Guam and go back without any major hassles. If that's where the battle is, then that's where we spend the money. But we also have to spend a lot of money on improving our destination. That's cleaning up. That's getting the bathrooms done. That's putting a new coat of paint where we need to put a new coat of paint. Actually, tell you what, if you don't mind, let's hold them over until just after 8 o'clock. I've got Juan Carlos in the green room here, Gov, so I'm going to bark out some instructions and make sure they've got some gasolina to get started with. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot.
All right, hugging a kiss to Anthony. Jerry, you have a fantastic day. I tried to see if I could get my way into a conversation about getting on the airplane with him to go to Korea for meet up with the because I want to
someone to hold the luggage.
But well, actually, more than that, I think I've got a voice and I've got a platform from which to encourage. I would go there on behalf of the Korean Hot Pants delegation. That would be the role that I played, because I want Guam to return to a place where there were oceans of Korean hot pants on the beach, and at the Plaza de España and all of those kinds of things. And we need to get back to that place as quickly as possible. 7:55 in the morning. What do you think? Should I bring him in now? It'd be kind of clunky. Start the interview and then stop the interview. It's a weird kind of thing.
Either way, man, we're going to do this. It's up to you.
You know what? Let's start with just Eddie. We'll go from one former governor to another. Just tell him, just Eddie for now, and then we'll bring in the other guy. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. Yeah, sorry, the schedules are kind of weird because there was traffic or whatever. Just you for now. Former Governor Eddie Jerome Baza-Calvo in the studio with me, and we'll get to the other guys in a second. You have that microphone over there, and the reason why I would start with you is I tell you what, I had a great time last Friday night over at the what is it? The name of that new restaurant, Taka. Yeah,
great. Sushi.
Well, and I didn't eat. I was having so much fun going from table to table and just yakking to people. And I think one of my favorite conversations was with you before the end of the night. It's just fun talking about history, where Guam was before in your administration, and where things could go in the future. I'm also curious to find out whether or not you've seen the article that was written by, or the editorial written by Ken Leon Guerrero here this morning, where it refers to it as the Cal Macho administration. If you're able to win,
that fella, I don't know what he's smoking, Ken LG, but it must be illicit, because I read some of this stuff, and we're all family here, we're all friends, we know each other.
Boys,
he brings up YTK and all this stuff. You know what? My primo champ Calvo used to get all pissed off at me because one of the things as a governor, you hire a board and a general manager, and they got to do what they believe is the right thing. So for the whole 8 years as I was governor, the board and the management was in an adversarial relationship dealing with YTK. So it wasn't that we were bending over. Actually, it was. And I have to stay away from things like this.
Well, your last name is Cowboy. His last name is Cowboy.
Like I said, Ken is just way off. The guy is fictitious. He's a snake oil salesman. That's what he is. But anyway, you know what, Governor Camacho, I think people were shocked that we're all unified. And when Governor Camacho came
I got to underscore that point.
Yeah.
It was a fundraiser on Friday for the Camacho Ada team, and normally it's like taking Budweiser to a Miller party, and hey, what's that Calvo-crat doing here? And it wasn't any ordinary Calvo-crat. It was Eddie Jerome Baza Calvo. So, I mean, you are certainly sending out signs that whatever differences with dads, granddads, or whatever, that's all gone.
Ray, that's interesting. Governor Felix was governor for 8 years. I never worked for him. I was a senator at the time. And then, of course, I was governor for 8 years, and he never worked in my administration. He was actually out of public service. But, I understand him, and he understands me. When you're governor, you have to make decisions.
Right.
When you make decisions, sometimes it's also delegated to a board or to a man, or especially an autonomous agency. They make decisions. But you know what? Because Guam is so small, sometimes the decisions that are made, maybe people are close to Felix or family, and vice versa. And there's some, things do not go along as what some of those associates or connections are. But you should never take anything personally, because as governor, I understood whatever he did, he believed was in the best interest of Guam.
And you and I disagreed. The last couple of years of your term, you and I had disagreed vehemently on many issues, but it's all Guam. We love our kids. We love our island. We just hope for the best. Yeah. James Howard with a quick question for you. Be honest, Governor, do you smoke weed?
Actually, CBD. I admit it. I'm the type of guy that, there's some people that, back in the day when we were all in high school, for some reason, marijuana made me paranoid. There's a paranoia and I get the munchies.
Oh, no, we do that. We totally do that. Hey,
but so you know what?
Eddie, your mom.
CBD is, folks, I love CBD. And it's for me, it gives me calm and focus. So, there's some of these, I think one of these shops that sells CBD, it smells like marijuana. You smoke it like marijuana. But when I take it in,
you just kind of relax.
I don't get stoned. But I get calm.
You're one with
and
the
relaxed and very clear clarity of thought. So CBD, I'm a CBD enthusiast.
It's 7:59 and change. Stand by. Fox News Live is coming up next. He's going to be joined by Tommy Hicks and Juan Carlos as the program continues.
In the hot seat, I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden's pick for the Supreme Court takes questions from senators.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is pushing back on charges she's soft on crime or was lenient in child pornography cases.
Nothing could be further from the truth.
Jackson says judges are bound by statutes in determining a sentence range, and in addition to jail time, handed down additional punishments allowed by law, like decades of supervision and internet prohibitions.
I am imposing all of those constraints because I understand how significant, how damaging, how horrible this crime is.
Jackson says her role as a judge is to stay in her lane, since judges in our system have limited power. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Pentagon spokesman John Kirby adding his voice to that of President Biden, condemning Russian President Vladimir Putin for talk of nuclear weapons in Ukraine.
The kind of rhetoric that's been out there on the use of potential use of nuclear weapons or changes in nuclear posture is it's dangerous. And it's not the way a responsible nuclear power should act.
Yesterday, President Biden warned that Putin's back was against the wall, and he was concerned Russia could launch a chemical or biological attack in Ukraine. The Oklahoma Highway Patrol says 6 teenage students have been killed in a two-vehicle collision in south of Oklahoma City. The students were in a passenger vehicle that police say collided with a semi. As COVID cases rise in parts of Europe and Asia, some medical experts here worry that an extra contagious version of the Omicron variant may soon push cases up in the U.S. One of the reasons, pandemic restrictions are being lifted and many people are not wearing masks indoors, and experts are also keeping an eye on another variant, but they say that one doesn't pose much of a threat right now. America is listening to Fox News.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
The Minneapolis Police Union is considering a new police union contract, the first one since the murder of George Floyd.
The new $9 million police union contract includes pay raises and incentive payments for officers. And while that's a far cry from a plan to abolish the police, which critics had called for after the death of George Floyd, critics worry the new contract does not focus enough on officer discipline. Councilman Jeremiah Ellison said he had to figure out what they were getting for the money.
The community is going to expect that we're getting increased accountability. The mayor sort of put it as officers need to be paid more and fired more. We see the paid more here. The community wants to be shown the fired more.
The union official told the council members retention is crucial as they've seen a, quote, precipitous decline in their number of officers. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Grocery workers in Central and Southern California are voting on a possible strike.
About 47,000 workers are casting their ballots, voting yes or no to walk off the job. The results are expected this Sunday. The union says the company's 60-cent per hour bump in salary is shockingly low and well below workers' cost of living needs. Workers are proposing a $5 an hour raise along with other demands. Negotiations with Ralph's, owned by Kroger, and Albertsons, which also owns Vons and Pavilion stores, ended without an agreement before the latest 3-year contracts expired March 6th. A 2003-04 strike and lockout put nearly 70,000 workers on picket lines for more than 4 months. CJ Papa, Fox News.
An iconic image created by Andy Warhol of Marilyn Monroe is headed to auction. Christie's Auction House says the silkscreen image known as the Shot Sage Blue Marilyn, which is a close-up of Marilyn Monroe with her hair in yellow, her eyeshadow in blue, and red lips, could fetch as much as $200 million. The proceeds of the sale would go to a foundation which helps children with health care and education programs. I'm Lisa Sarah, this is Fox News.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show until, we're going to go until 10 today. Is that the thing? We're going to try to kill a couple hours of talk radio, valuable airtime? All right, I'll work on that. That will be my goal here today as we get everything set up. We were hoping to have these guys in here a little bit earlier, but gas being what it is, Eddie's car broke down and they had to push it all the way to the radio station. Oh, well, we'll work past those issues and those problems. The handsome guy on the screen right now, his name is Tommy Hicks. I'll introduce him more in a second, curricula vitae, etc. But there are some other people in the studio that I just want them to make some noise for mostly my big sister Shelly, who knows both of you and loves working with you together. I'd shout to Ann Price. Say hello to everybody. Hi, everyone. There we go. And she's a big, tall, bouncy woman and does the best picture taking I've ever seen in my life. Swati Singh is the Pacific West Regional Political Director and generally in charge of the 9th region out here with Hawaii, California, Guam, and American Samoa. Shelley says she absolutely loves working with you and welcomes you to Guam. I guess we're all going to get together a little bit later on. It's a paddleboard thing that is that what we're going to be up to? Juan Carlos is in the studio just in case Tommy can't answer a question. And former Governor Eddie Jerome Baza-Calvo likewise in the studio. He's got stripes as the Republican man about town, right? That's the title.
I'm the biggest cheerleader for the Republican Party in Guam.
As it should be. The family's been there since the absolute beginning. Once upon a time.
Since the territorial party.
Exactly. 9 after in the morning. 9 after 8 o'clock in the morning, and we're all excited. And I introduced him earlier on the radio when I was promoing. I said, this is like GOP royalty. There's only one other bigger name than him in the party, and that's Rana, who was sitting in that chair not that long ago. Right? Yeah. She was in the studio. I had just a devil of a time talking with her. And what was great was she kind of already knew what we wanted to talk about in that conversation. She had been, it wasn't just a question of briefing about Guam. She has been following politics here on Guam and some of the issues that we have got with the federal government, military, economy, regional partners, and things like that, and was quite aware of that. And I'm assuming that you have been briefed on some of the issues that we've got here that we might be able to resolve bipartisan, but with what I'm going to refer to as the red wave that we've got that we're all kind of excited about in the midterms.
Well, first of all, I'm excited to be here.
Wait a second. Somebody just turned your microphone off. Are you nervous, Joe? Are you new here?
No, he's on.
Okay, gotcha. Go ahead.
Yeah, just excited to be here in Guam. So thanks for having us, and excited to learn more about Guam. And the people of Guam have some of the same issues that people all over our country have. Mm-hmm. Gas prices way too high.
Yeah,
empty shelves.
I've got this picture here. Maybe you've seen this. You've got the fuel that's going up on one side and the amount of money left in the wallet down on the bottom. So this is the life that people are leading everywhere.
It's tough. It's very difficult, and this is destroying the middle class. And that's the heartbeat of the American economy. And so, I know you have specific issues here in Guam that you're focused on, like the Jones Act makes it very, very expensive to ship from
virtually everything. There's a conversation going on that may benefit if they do it right in Hawaii. Suspension of the Jones Act there that will help them with the price of fuel, but our oil is already brought in under a foreign flag, so it won't really help us unless we can figure out how to suspend the Jones Act in Hawaii and Alaska and use those same freighters to bring the oil to Guam. If we can find someplace cheap enough, I think the cheapest mainland oil might be in California, right?
Well, my main focus is on just U.S. goods. Reality is all we buy, most of our products comes from California and through San Leandro. And the cost of shipping those goods into Guam is around 1/3 of the cost of the goods in the store. So as we're moving forward, we need to figure out, should we incentivize the sale of U.S. goods in the island, or should we really just keep increasing the cost of transportation from the United States so that people get their goods from Asia? I advocate that we should be buying our goods from the United States.
Well, I don't disagree with that, but there's all this other stuff that goes into the fees that we're paying, fuel surcharges that only seem to be going up on a regular basis, and then we got the container fees and then the landing fees for everything. It would be nice to get a break, a little bit of competition on the number of ships that will bring in these goods, so that we might be able to get some Miller beer, Miller beer and Spam a little bit cheaper than we got. Is there really a possibility that something like that might happen? I mean, do we have the right guys in D.C. right now? Do we have the right guys running for office in D.C. to strike that chord?
You talked about the red wave that's coming. I mean, I sure hope it is. But if you take a step back and look at it, what our goal is as Republicans is to give power back to the American people and take it away from those in Washington, D.C. And broadly speaking, that is what the Republicans stand for. We want to go all over the country, encourage people in their local communities to get involved, run for office, get involved with the party, get people out to vote, educate people, their neighbors, their friends, the people they go to church with on the issues that matter, that affect you with your day-to-day life. And, common sense policies that help you with whether it's fuel costs, groceries, or also just having less regulation in the environment where you can actually go out and start a small business and create something that creates jobs.
Well, therein lies the difference. I wonder what the difference is between a Republican and a Democrat. You just heard a good Republican point is let's get rid of the red tape. Let's get rid of the bureaucracy. Let's get rid of deep state government. And every town has their own version of deep state government and make it easier for middle class to be able to survive. As you point out, start a business. We've got a lot of startups here, but they aren't big enough, and the economy is not big enough now to support them to be able to add to their business, add to their payroll, and things like that. Then we've got the Democrats that say, well, we need more bureaucracy here. I don't know if you've been hearing my gripes about the Youth Congress lately. They want to impose another tax out there somewhere. Now, we can get into a debate whether vape and smoking vape is a good thing or a bad thing, but right now there is an economy that is supported by a bunch of people, and they want to put an excise fee of 40% of the value of that vape. And I'm going, well, therein lies the great lesson for Democrats. If you want to tamp something down, tax it. But if you want to make something flourish and grow, do not tax it and make it easier for the businesses to get started.
Well, and by the way, what made our country great? It was the founders.
First and Second Amendment.
Yeah. Well, we need those for sure. But it's the document, the Constitution that our founders created, and they believed in the individual's ability to make decisions and create opportunity for his or herself, and that's what we are out here fighting for across the country.
Yeah. And you've got a great team that you've got here on Guam. Juan Carlos, of course, has been in and out of the Washington machine, and one of my go-to guys when we start talking about national and international politics. I get former Governor Eddie Calvo in the studio as well. So no shortage of guys that can lead you by the hand on some of the things that are vital to us. And I think one of the things that are most vital right now is our position in the world with regard to international affairs, like what is going on in Ukraine. And I think there may be contagion now, looking at the Chinese and what their thoughts might be on annexing Taiwan. They've been rattling that cage for an awful long time. Now we've got military here on Guam. We've got regional partners. But tell me that you're watching that from the perspective of the Republican National.
Absolutely. And as a concerned American, I'm watching this. And we had the tragic and disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan that Putin and Xi were watching very closely, and so that has created a series of events that should scare all of us. And unfortunately, I have zero confidence in Joe Biden and this administration and their leadership to get us out of what is a very dangerous situation. And that's yet another reason why Guam is so important for Washington, D.C. to pay attention to. This is one of the most strategic pieces of land in the Pacific Ocean to protect American prosperity.
Well, and protect American power to those that would destabilize this. Eddie's a student of history, and we've got personal knowledge in our families of what the Second World War was like, the occupation.
Well, my parents,
you need the stabilizing power of the U.S.
My father was beaten up for forgetting to take off his shoes when he walked into a classroom. I had an uncle who was a Catholic priest that was beheaded because he would refuse to give up the confidentiality of the confessional. There were some American sailors that were hiding and being protected by our local citizens from the Japanese. And unfortunately, he met his demise through a samurai blade. But I do have a unique perspective because I served as governor for 8 years, 6 years under President Obama, and 2 years under President Trump. And it was amazing. The 6 years as governor, every year, North Korea was testing stronger and stronger nuclear weapons. Their yields were becoming more and more almost thermonuclear. At the same time, they were testing ballistic missiles that were going further and further, almost actually touching. You talk about the West Coast. It used to be just Guam and Hawaii and Alaska, but their ballistic missiles now had a range of at least the western states of the 48 contiguous states, and it was just getting worse every year. And then President Trump becomes president. I wish I had more time with him. But I'm sure you all remember that things came to a head when it came to threats made by the North Korean leader. He was used to the Obama administration. And then there comes a president.
And the Clintons that let him do whatever they want.
And then with the president, some people may not like his choice of words, but for whatever reason, fire and thunder and lightning and brimstone, the words that were coming out of a president, all of a sudden the North Korean leader stopped. And my last 2 years as a governor of Guam, the threats were over. I remember even when he was upset and he would launch a missile, he would never launch it towards Guam. It would be towards Japan, because he knew, or he didn't know, what the reaction of our leadership would be in Washington, D.C., and whether President Trump...
Well, to that point, and that becomes a problem for us because we've got such a limp wrist in Washington, D.C.
So let me add to that, because I still remember Trump came in and said, if you shoot near the waters of Guam, you shoot it into America. And we're gonna, you don't know what you're gonna unleash. And then North Korea said, okay, I'm gonna shoot it around Japan. And Trump came in and said, I have a bilateral agreement with Japan. Mm-hmm. You can't shoot it near Japan either, because I need to honor that agreement. So how did Japan feel? How did Taiwan feel? Here's a president that's going to stand in support of their allies. Here we have now the situation with the Ukraine. It was Biden as a vice president who told them, hey, why don't you guys you come and join NATO? And that's the entire reason that has led to the invasion now. And then what was the answer from him? We're 100% with you, but, if we're going to put sanctions.
Well, and they were sanctions that they could have put in place. There were steps that they could have taken far earlier than they did. For me, it is a competence issue. I think it's a will issue, but it's also a competence issue in Washington, D.C.
Fear strength, and we had peace through strength.
Yes. Yeah.
This formula works. We need American leadership to make the world a safer place, and we do not have that right now.
No, absolutely not. Tommy Hicks in the studio, and the few places that they said take the conversation, and it was some about football, and then it turned into a conversation about soccer, and I don't know anything about either.
Which?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know anything about either, but you've apparently got a relation that used to own an actual soccer club, correct?
Yes, we used to be in the sports business, and so yeah, I've been to a lot of really fun matches over in Europe.
What was that television show we were talking about on HBO? That's the only thing I know about soccer. That
Ted Dawson.
What is it called?
Ted Dawson.
Yeah, the Ted show.
Glasgow.
Ted Glasgow.
Great show.
Anyway, fun stuff, because they're going to be doing prequels on that, and they're going to Genesis stories of how he came about in the relationship with the coach. But moving forward here, and I'm glad that you appreciate where we are in the world and the value of Guam for military presence and the projection of American power in the region. Because I think between here and the second chain and the first chains, the Karels, the Spratlys, etc., that's where the real battle is going to take place. They are weaponizing those islands as we speak.
Have you not noticed North Korea has started shooting?
Oh yeah, because
one of the
they can read the newspaper. they can read American newspapers, and they know what the sentiment is. Now, moving forward from that conversation, and again, the Guam is where America's red wave is going to begin. I hope, I got my fingers crossed, that we can get a majority in the legislature again. Republicans at Adelup and a Republican in the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. Though there is an interesting conversation. I don't know how the Republicans would feel about it. An interesting conversation about trying to get somebody in the Senate from Guam. Some people say it's a non-starter, but these are tumultuous and momentous times. What do you think? An opportunity to get somebody from around here?
First of all, every new day in America starts here in Guam, right?
Amen.
Yeah.
So, but Juan Carlos, why don't you talk about that? How can we help there?
So it's been an idea that's been floated before. It's been floated again by the delegates, right? To have a non-voting senator represented the 5 territories. It is a complicated math. It is a rotational position, so it would be one term he would be from Guam, another term he would be Northern Mariana Islands, Virgin Islands, American Samoa, and Puerto Rico. It's an interesting concept. We're studying. Republicans are not opposed to it. They're just really looking into it and seeing where we're going to move forward. But if we're going to try to pass something like this, it needs to be a bipartisan effort. It's not going to pass in partisan line.
Now, under Republican-controlled houses, do we not get an opportunity for a voice vote?
Okay, so we get a voice vote in committee. We do not get a voice vote in the floor because we don't believe in lying to the people of the territories. And I'm going to be frank and honest on this, right? The Democrats will allow a floor vote for the territorial citizens as long as that vote doesn't make a difference. In other words, if the difference in the passage of a bill is less than 6 votes, 5 territories and the District of Columbia, those 6 votes are eliminated, and then they re-vote. So what's the use of my vote?
Could that be changed?
Absolutely. Okay. And Republicans have said, we'll give you the vote when there's an agreement that vote will count on the floor. If it's not going to count on the floor, we're not going to give you that because it's a lie to your citizens.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but it is possible with that, again, the red wave that is coming through, that might be something that we ask for. I mean, it's not just a question of prestige. Look, I can vote on the floor.
Well, this is interesting because it would be we're going to face a historical moment in this upcoming election. For the first time in the history of the United States, the majority of the territorial delegates will be Republican. And that will present, I think, a wonderful opportunity to show what we can do together.
Not just for Guam, but for the other territories as well.
Territories. The Congresswoman from Puerto Rico is Republican. The Congresswoman from American Samoa is Republican. And I am very hopeful that the Congressman from Guam is going to be a Republican, too.
Well, it depends on a number of matters and announcements and things like that. We still kind of things up in the air on the gubernatorial side. Then COVID-19, and I think that's another one of these places where we can distinguish between red and blue. And the majority of the red states that are out there decided, I think, early enough into the game to say, yeah, I think we got a handle on this. Hospitals are okay. We're getting the vaccines out to everybody. People know what to do if they're overweight or they've got comorbidities. So we're going to go ahead and end these public health emergencies and get everybody in our communities back to work. Certainly that's working in Florida. And we'll spend a couple of minutes on DeSantis if you've got an idea or two about him. And I know it's happened in your home state of Texas, where we're looking at things and saying, hey, this, for all intents and purposes, is over. But the blue states still seem to be lagging on restrictions and mandates.
17 out of the top 20 state economies are led by Republican governors who opened up the economy and actually listened to the science, watched the science. And, you know, what happened in some of these blue states is tragic. I mean, they kept churches closed. They kept schools closed. I mean, I've got 3 young girls. What you saw them all go through when they were locked into Zoom classes and all this stuff, it set a generation back for a couple of years. But so, yeah, again, it goes back to the bigger picture here. Republicans believe in listening to people. Washington, D.C. would be better off with Republican control because Republicans are actually the vessel for the American people to provide their what works for them in terms of policies.
and money for their taxes.
Exactly.
For their
and the Democrats believe in a big government. They've always believed in big government. That's fine. We accept that, right? But what they've begun to mandate for our country is lockdowns and effectively socialism, and that does not work for the American people.
At some point, there will be some kind of a reckoning, and I hope it happens rather soon. On the subject of COVID-19, but before we're done, there have been a number of mandates, and I know people personally that have been affected by this. There was the vaccine mandate in the military, and if you didn't get the vaccine, they kicked you out of the military. It's happened to SEALs, it's happened to Marines, it's happened to Army guys, it's happened to Navy guys, Air Force guys, and I'm sure there's more than 1 or 2 guys in the Coasties that have had to go before the mast and been relieved of their positions because they would not get vaccinated for whatever reasons they had, whether they be medical exemptions or religious exemptions. Would you, as a ranking member of the Republican Party in the United States, propose language that would bring these guys back into the service at their ranks that they had when they left?
Well, I'm not a policymaker. I'm here to help Republicans get elected, but I think Republicans generally
help Republicans get elected if they could get these guys back their jobs.
Well, look, my brother is a retired Navy SEAL. He's got a lot of friends who are still on the teams, and they do not want to take this. So we're losing a lot of good people. We're losing some great pilots. We need our military to be stronger than ever right now in a very dangerous world. And I would just encourage the military to do what they do best, which is protect the American citizens. Let our guys and our women in the armed forces do their jobs. And if they don't want to take a vaccine, they don't have to. They're the healthiest people we have in the country.
Exactly. Well, I'm just thinking about some of the other conversations that you might be having with your Navy SEAL brother, and that might be: is there too much conversation in the military about issues like gender identity, critical race theory, all of this stuff? Because it seems to me we take our eyes off our day job. Our day job is to protect the citizens of the United States of America and our interests overseas, et cetera, and not necessarily to turn the military into some social kind of what's the word? A sandbox, right? So everybody get all these different ideas, and we'll play around in there and actually create policy. And I think it's been to the detriment of some in our armed forces.
Yeah, and my hero Rush Limbaugh would always say the military was here to kill people and break things, which kept the American people safe.
Yes. Yeah.
Enough said.
and you just kind of take a look at some of the policy discussions that these folks are being put through. It's kind of amazing. Tommy Hicks in the studio, the Republican National Party here on Guam. There may be some other issues. What else do you when you guys sit down on the way to radio station
I just
interviews?
gotta, sometimes you just have to look at some of the information that's coming out and statistics. As we talk about blue states and red states, what just came out yesterday? What state has the highest unemployment rate of every state in the nation?
California.
New York.
Oh.
And I won't doubt California.
California
won't, but you just see where you have a red state where really the governor of a red state believes that ultimately it's the citizens that make the best decisions for their lives, and whether it's their family, whether it's their business, whether it's their property, or their bodies. And then a blue state, such as New York or California, where the governor appears to be on a throne and believes deep down in his or her heart that he or she knows what's for the best interest of the common citizen. And it's played out over these past 2.5 to 3 years. You see Florida and you see places like Texas where their economies are vibrant. You take a look at the mortality rate of New York. No one can point a finger, except if you're a Democrat, and saying that a Republican governor has caused the death of so many other than a Democrat. Because when you take a look at a state like New York or New Jersey, which has the highest mortality rates, the whole thing about a finger pointed, well, there's a finger pointed by a Democratic governor, then 3 fingers are being pointed back at that governor. Because most of these Democratic states have not had any better results in terms of the COVID health-wise, in terms of the people mortality rates, but their economies are suffering so bad. It'd be interesting when we start looking at suicide statistics. We talked about drugs earlier.
All you got to do, Ed, all you got to do is look at the number of Californians that have moved out, and the number of people in New York that are looking down for the cops in particular that have been defunded. I mean, there's another one of these national crises that we're looking at. Somebody thinks it's a good idea to defund the police, and then the crime waves in virtually every city where they've done
every blue city
have gone through the roof. And then we've got prosecutors that are basically letting everybody go. Why bother building prisons anymore? We're not sending anybody to jail.
Well, I mean, the world's kind of upside down right now. And so the statists, the big government Democrats, believed that they could use COVID as a way to take over the everyday lives of the American people. And unfortunately for them, what it's really done is opened our eyes as a country. And that's one of the many reasons why you're going to see this great big red wave in 2022.
Look at the school board in Virginia.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And what about San Francisco?
Oh, my God. San Francisco. You're absolutely right. Great bellwether for the sentiments of most Americans. Say, what you people are talking about in there has nothing to do with the education of our children, math, English, history, all of those things.
We would have never known had there not been Zoom classes and parents got to pay attention to what the curriculum was.
There was a bright light on all of that stuff. Go ahead.
I want to say we're very excited that Tommy is coming here and spending time with us.
Am I done?
No, you're not.
Okay, go.
You're not. But I do want to put in perspective. It's his visit is for him to see, and as a leadership of the Republican Party nationwide, to see the life and what are the conditions that we're living through in this island. what are our major issues of concern, and try to understand how can the National Party and the Republican elected officials across the nation be helpful to us.
Well, I don't know if you can do anything about transparency from our governor's office. Maybe when Felix and Tony are in there, maybe could do something about that. But there's a lot of questions about where all of this American Rescue Plan money, all of the federal largesse that is bailing out the island, basically holding things up and keeping the government together. I don't know how much of that is dribbling out into the actual community. But our Republicans at the legislature are very concerned because they have no voice. They've been asked to give the governor ideas on what we should do with that money, and to the degree that we know, their suggestions have largely been ignored. I want to move the conversation along here, back in national politics for just a couple of minutes. So you're good friends with Donald Trump Jr.
Absolutely.
How's he doing?
He's doing good.
Is he going to be able to get him out here? There ought to be. I'm serious.
You know what? I will call him.
Right. Will Jones, right now. Bring him to.
We want to barbecue with that guy.
Yeah.
Well,
so
I'll take some pictures of the coastline here and tell them we found a great site. How about that?
Well, we had Leonardo DiCaprio and the guy that played Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire, was here on Guam. I think it'd be cool to have Donald Jr. come out to the island. Donald's
good fishing here.
There's excellent fishing. It's Lent. We eat it now. But it'd be great to have him come out here. And you guys are kind of media guys, right? I mean, did I hear somewhere that they're? I can't get into Truth. I mean, if you got any connection to the guys that are running the Truth app, I'm at like 925,000, and every day I check it, I'm still not a member of that social media app. But my understanding is that Donald Trump Jr. Is working on an app of one kind or another.
I don't know anything about that, but I'm excited about Truth, and I just think it's important when you look at what big tech and mainstream media did back in the 2020 election. It is critical that we have, we use our resources as a country and in the free markets to go create opportunities to get the message out. Yeah. Protect our First Amendment. Protect our constitutional rights. What big tech has done is ridiculous. And there's a huge market of Americans and people all over the world who will flock to that service.
Well, if for no other reason, just have a platform where you can say what's on your mind, and without having to worry about somebody fact-checking you. We broadcast.
Fact-checkers are liars.
Basically. It seems like every time I post something up on one of the social media, it comes with a little warning sticker.
Yeah, look at where they're all from. I mean, it is all coming from the left.
What are we going to do about that when the Republicans finally get Washington, D.C. back under GOP control? Are there conversations that need to be had, and firm conversations with social media and big tech to kind of corral them and let them know that they are not the fact checkers of the world?
I think one of our number one jobs as Republicans when we take back the House and the Senate is to make sure that law and order goes back across the country, but that includes Washington, D.C. That includes checking out what's really going on with our southern border. Why is Biden not following the rule of law to protect the American people from a massive wave of 2 million people?
He's afraid of the squad.
Yeah.
But
they have to follow the law.
No, I don't disagree. And we got the same things around here.
We had an earlier conversation with Tommy on some of the issues that are made, decisions that are made in Washington or impacts to Guam. As Tommy brings up the issue on the open border policy of President Biden, it has a direct relation to some of the issues affecting Guam. A little bit earlier, the big news story is that 5-year-old child that unfortunately died.
I can't read that story.
But the father was high on meth and not protecting the interests of his child. Part of that issue on crystal meth is directly tied to the access of drugs coming from the United States. Most of the crystal methamphetamine comes from the United States. It goes across the border, and it goes to any state that usually has a large Guam population, and it's either mailed or sent by cargo ship to Guam. When I was governor, we had about a gram of crystal meth would cost between $500 and $600 a gram. I talked to a police officer recently. It's under $100 a gram. That means that what's happened with this
availability
open
is high.
border policy, you're getting drugs into Guam, not from China, not from Thailand, but from the good old United States of America. And it's coming from folks because of a policy that was made in Washington, D.C. to open the. Now, and I told Tommy there is a congruency between policies in Guam and the United States. We have again a governor who, within the first month, shut down the Dunya Drug Task Force, and with that, an emphasis on drug interdiction. And what you're seeing right now with the rampant crime, the rampant use of drugs,
it's all methamphetamine,
is the perfect storm of policies made by our president in the United States, who's a Democrat, and our current leadership in Guam, which is all Democrats.
Also, worth pointing out here, and I was asking somebody about this the other day, we've also had some very, very large discoveries of meth in the mail. I mean, in these several, dozens, hundred maybe pounds of methamphetamine that they've been able to get before it got to the streets. And that didn't do anything to the price of crystal meth on Guam. Interesting point that you bring up there. Now, as Governor Eddie Jerome Baza-Calvo, you also, I think, were the record breaker in the number of deportations that we had. It doesn't seem to be. It seemed to me that this one is all that interested, and we do have a problem with crime, which will bring me to the conversation about what's happening with the conversation in Washington D.C. with the Federated States of Micronesia on the status of the treaty, which you and I spoke about last week.
Yeah, but before we go there, there's one thing that I understand. Every political party in Guam and every elected official in Guam should be supporting the declaration of a high-intensity drug trafficking area for Guam and Northern Mariana Islands. The reality of the price of
I thought we had an
lower.
opportunity, but we screwed the paperwork up.
And who is to blame for that, right? I wish we would have been in office. I can guarantee you we would be pushing it.
Not for lack of asking, though.
And the reality is we need to revisit that. We need to work with our Republican members of Congress and Senate as they come in and make sure that it happens. We need the amount of drugs and the problem that is escalating in this island needs to be put under control. And federal government's willing to assist, but if you don't apply and if you don't do the paperwork the right way, we're not going to get it.
It's 8:39 in the morning. We got to take a break because I got to pay some bills around here. But I do want to. What are you looking at your watch for?
We have breakfast at 9.
Then I'll keep it very, very short break. But when we come back, Trump 2024. Let's see what Tommy's got to say about that.
Half a day. This is Jade Uggan from Security Title, and in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi I Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Gas prices continue to rise and we are here to help. We have revised Programan Salapig to provide a $300 direct cash assistance payment to most households. We heard your struggle and we hope this relief will help during these difficult times. Applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, March 15, 2022. For more information, visit doa.guam.gov.
This ad is paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Oh my God, I'm getting scolded by Dave Savlon. Says, Ray, there is no Republican National Party. The RNC is a federation of Republican parties. There's no national party or Republican National Committee, which is like a board of directors of all of the Republican parties. So, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't go to that meeting. I didn't attend that fundraiser. I missed the memo. Tommy Hicks is here, and I'm absolutely delighted that you've come out, and it's a great opportunity to do some cheerleading for the Republicans that we've got here. I think there needs to be some of that. I think there needs to be a big push to get, as you pointed out in the beginning of the conversation, we got to get some life in the party. We got to get some great names out there on the radio, on the television, in the newspapers, saying all kinds of things, getting people all riled up for the party again. And it always seems to me the easiest thing to ask is, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And I think for a lot of people, for a lot of reasons, the answer is going to be no. It's time that we get some people in there that know what they're doing, that don't seem to be thinking about themselves or their party, just what's right for Guam. I think that's one of the things that we've got to continue to do. And I hope that there are more opportunities, Republicans and Democrats, to kind of reframe the times that we're in and get caught up with where we should be for the folks. Now, I asked this question, and the room erupted in applause and cheering while the commercials were playing. And the question is, Trump 2024. What's the wires saying? What's the chatter?
Look, don't we miss President Trump?
Yes.
In the White House, and somebody who actually looked after the American people. But no, we don't have an answer to that. We are 100% laser focused on taking back the House and the Senate, and also winning at the state and local level across the country. We've got to take back our country, and it starts with a victory this November. And then whatever happens in 2024, I know one thing for certain: we have a deep bench of people who want to fight for the American people who are Republicans, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
But are the Floridians willing to get rid of to let DeSantis go to Washington?
You know, I wouldn't want to let him go if I was from Florida,
right?
But he's got to win first, and he's going to win because he's done such a great job for Florida, for the people of Florida, and you've seen that economy flourish under his leadership.
Absolutely,
and his leadership means get the state out of the way of the people.
The conversation, it had a brilliant question in my head, and naturally it went away as we were talking about this. But you got guys like DeSantis and Youngkin out in Virginia, and I think part of that also has to do with just getting out of the way of people and letting them live their lives.
Absolutely, and to go back to Virginia, that was Virginia's a blue state. There's no question about that. And Glenn Youngkin ran a great campaign where he listened to the people in Virginia, and he listened to the parents who were fed up with this CRT in schools and being having schools locked down with masking and all of this stuff that was not working. So his message resonated. He got 55% of the Hispanic vote in Virginia. So we have an opportunity of a generation to grow our party. We are the party of liberty, freedom, prosperity, and we're going to do everything we can do to keep growing the Republican Party across the country, starting here in Guam. And so I'm really excited about what we're doing, what candidates we've been able to recruit at the federal, state, and local level, and we're going to keep that going. We have to keep it going.
So you're from Texas. What do you think about our guy Ted Cruz, who I think is one of maybe the greatest constitutional mind in D.C. right now?
Ted is a good friend, and he's a great fighter for Texans, and also he's stepped up big on the national stage to fight for liberty.
Yeah.
And I think he's done a terrific job as our senator. And hopefully for a long time to come, but we'll see what happens.
Doesn't always seem to run parallel with the Donald, though.
Not always. I mean, that's the great thing about Republicans. We can disagree and have an honest discussion.
Yeah.
We don't just salute Nancy Pelosi or whoever leadership is and go in their direction.
That's I wish there were more Republicans that said that. And I think one of the problems that we've got is there are some Democrats who are more Republican, and there are some Republicans that are more Democrat out there. And I know that there are hardcore Republicans and conservatives that kind of rankle at the idea of what are called rhinos, the Republicans in name only. I'm not going to name any of them, but are there ways that the National Committee can kind of thumb down on these guys and maybe send them 3x5 and say this is what we're about?
You don't need to name any. I mean, people are smart. They do their homework, and they know which policies are working for them or not. So this all gets fixed through the primary process and then in the general election when we elect Republicans. But we're seeing Democrats across the country at the local, state, and even federal level switch parties. The Democrat Party has left the American people.
Well, how many guys in the Senate just aren't picking up packets anymore?
Well, in the House, I think it's 31, which is a 30-year high of retirements. But you're seeing this all over the place, and you're seeing the Republicans win in special elections across the country, and special elections in blue Connecticut, where we won a state Senate seat that Joe Biden won by 25 points. We had a Republican win by 5. And in McAllen, Texas, where Joe Biden won 5 or 6 months before the mayoral election, he won by 17 points, and we had a Republican win there. That's 85% Hispanic, for those of you who aren't from Texas. And so you're seeing...
well, because they don't like to... A lot of them got to the country legally and took all the steps that were required to become citizens, naturalized citizens, and they see everybody else crossing the border, and they go, whoa, wait, hold on a second, taking our jobs, as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
God,
exactly.
we could go for another hour.
We
here
sure
with
could.
this. Yeah, because you got me thinking about, all right, the Hispanic vote, and there are also, a ton of Chamorros that live.
Well, the people who are
States.
leaving these other countries are leaving because their countries are disasters.
Yeah.
And they're all socialist or corrupt governments, and they know exactly why they're coming here.
Yeah,
And
we're
it's
buying
free
oil from
opportunity.
them now.
Yeah. Don't get me started on that.
Yeah. So let me
We have
be
plenty
the
of oil
bad
in Texas,
guy.
by the way.
But
I
we
know
need to
we're
get
all
going.
looking at our watches. 8:47 in the morning, and there's breakfast coming up before too much longer.
Yeah. And we picked him up very early this morning. First meeting was at 6:30 this morning. So we're going strong. They're going to see a lot of Guam. We're going to take from all the way north to the south, and everywhere in between. And we look forward to talking to more of the people of Guam.
Okay, you have a Facebook page, and we have a website at nationallevelgop.com.
Yeah, Facebook, the Republican Party of Guam. Please go visit our website and register and receive regular mailings from us.
Okay, well, then that's all the time that we've got. A pleasure meeting you. Look forward to seeing you guys tonight over at the place. Go to the hotel, get some rest, and then put on. You brought bikinis, right? You brought, because the weather is perfect for what I like to refer to as grill march. You'll go outside, lay out for about a half hour, and then you're going to be about as red as the red thing in the studio. It's 8:48 in the morning. Tommy Hicks on the Ray Gibson Show, and there will be more from probably just me on the other side of these messages.
Howdy and half a day, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. KFC is your go-to place for Lent. All of my delicious KFC Lent favorites are back this season, including the seafood Kelguin, popcorn shrimp, the seafood twister, the wasabi fish sandwich, and the fan favorite, the KFC shrimp burger. And just like my famous KFC chicken, the entire Lent menu is available for delivery. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Hey, what did the grilled cheese sandwich say to their date?
What'd they say?
You make me melt.
Oh, so cheesy. But not as cheesy as Subway's latest Eat Fresh menu innovation. The new Fresh Melts with 3 times the cheese. Fresh Melts are the cheese lover's holy grail. Fresh Melts combine freshly baked breads and your favorite meats topped with a triple load of cheese. All grilled to warm, toasty perfection. Try the ham and cheese melt, tuna melt, or steak and cheese melt to start. Best of all, you can make any footlong into a fresh melt. At Subway, eat fresh.
Help support those most in need. Team 26 is a civic group of residents on a mission to help Guam's homeless. The Hands Across the Island event is Saturday, March 26th. That'll have members walking mile by mile through many villages to simulate the struggles of our homeless community. You can support them through monetary donations. Docomo Pacific subscribers text the words Team 26 to 4357 or help to make a $10 donation with each text. Other donations can be made at GuamHomelessCoalition.org. Just note Team 26. Team 26. We got your back.
10 away from 9 o'clock in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. And you might be asking, well, that's nice. Got a little rah-rah, a little cheerleading for the Republicans on Guam from Tommy Hicks. Is there going to be a Democratic opportunity to come in there and do a kind of a rah-rah? What do you got? Yeah. What do you got to offer? What do you got to offer me? More federal money? Is that what the thing is? The more critical race theories. Talk to me about all of that stuff. The gender pay gap. Can we talk about that? Can we talk about the gender pay gap and all of the women that make more money than me? I think that's not fair, Real Joe. I work just as hard as them.
True,
What
man.
is it? You know, if I didn't have to go to the beach every other day and drink beer, my God, I'd be able to put myself into that working position. Hey, 851, 888-8255, 888-TALK. We got a lot to talk about in the remaining minutes of the program, but I have to fulfill the obligation to every once in a while have news on the radio. And so Donna De Jesus is back in the studio and has prepared the last newscast for a Wednesday morning. Donna, what happened?
A man with a prior drug case was arrested and held on $20,000 cash bail for locking children inside a room and abusing a woman known to him multiple times. Police say the victim and her children moved in with 28-year-old Salvador Bautista Jasmine last year when the children were forced into a room and only given a pot to use as a toilet. Court documents state that he hit and choked the woman on several occasions. Jasmine was on pretrial release for a 2020 drug possession case and was convicted in 2017 of drunk driving and had a suspended license. He has been charged with kidnapping, family violence, committing a felony while on felony release, and unlawful restraint. And police have arrested a man for using a slingshot to hit passing cars at a busy intersection. Court documents state that 21-year-old Ron Herwin was found on top of a large power box, pulling the strap of a slingshot and aiming it at vehicles near McDonald's in Harmon. At the time of his arrest, Herwin was on probation for a 2020 case where he pleaded guilty to slashing tires and threatening a man with a knife. Herwin is facing charges of attempted criminal mischief as a third-degree felony and reckless conduct as a misdemeanor. And the first batch of Programang Salapi will be paid out as early as next week. As of Monday, about 11,300 applications were received, and the Department of Administration is hoping to process applications in the next couple of days. DOA says duplicate applications are still being verified. The department has also finalized its criteria of what constitutes a household. People living in the same house are not considered in the same household if they are not claimed as a dependent on someone else's application. This may open up more financial aid to those who live in homes with multiple families or generations of the same family. The program provides a one-time payment of $300 per eligible household. And finally, the Guam Election Commission has not been able to get motor voter registration data for those who renewed their driver's license or Guam ID online. Executive Director Maria Pangilinan says there are technical glitches in Rev and Tax's system, and the department is fixing them. Motor voter registration started in early 2019 and allows a person to register to vote on Guam every time that person registers or renews a Guam driver's license. Pangilinan said in yesterday's meeting that this matter has to be resolved prior to the start of the early voting for the primary election on July 28. And that was your last look at local headlines. I'm Donna De Jesus.
All right, I appreciate Donna. 8:53. What's the stories you did? There was one thing that got in my head about the story before last.
Slingshot?
Slingshot. We got video of the guy. But it's not a great video, unfortunately, because it's kind of shot from 3 or 4 lanes down, and you kind of got to wait until the car goes to that turn to be able to see the monkey playing in the tree.
Yeah.
Know what I mean?
He's there, though.
He's there. So the cops were able to identify and catch him, right?
And that happens there a lot.
What?
I keep hearing about, people are always talking about this happens in that particular spot.
Oh, well, they practice there and then they go to the skate park.
Yeah.
That's the way they do that. 8:54 in the morning. Gas stations all over that place. In fact, catty corner to that, there's what is it, the Mobile, and then we've got the 76. Now there's some interesting things going on here in the world, and I don't know. All of a sudden, I'm not sure if somebody is just having a bad relationship or is coming out of a bad relationship, or if this is. Because this would make a great stunt. This would I'm almost thinking this would make a great radio promotion, wouldn't it? Yes, a great radio promotion. Relationship update from over at the 76 Circle K. Real Joe, what'd that say?
Our falling in love turned falling apart.
Oh, as I said yesterday, I mean, somebody needs a hug.
Yeah, wasn't yesterday was don't touch me, I'm broken, or something like that?
Oh, yeah.
Something about being broken.
You know, there's plenty of Tataga in the ocean, and Club USA opens at 4. Just saying, there are ways to get past these very, very dark and difficult times, other than trying to let the entire island know. But now that we're seeing so many of these things, because if it was something that they didn't want to be done over at 76 Circle K, the boss would say, knock that off. Knock that off. Go to a massage parlor.
Now we need the details of what happened in this relationship, because we're all involved now.
Well, I know people there, and I'm going, wait a second. So who's doing what?
Who did what?
Exactly. 8:55 in the morning. We'll get a congressional, a legislative investigation into what's going on with somebody's life over at 76 Circle K. Don't have time for the break, so I'm going to just go straight to Senator Chris Duenas on the line. I note in today's newspaper there is a notice that there is a public hearing coming up next Wednesday at 5:30 on the resolution. And you might be wondering, what resolution is that, Raymond? Resolution 291. Good morning, Senator Chris Duenas.
Hey. Yes, sir. It's time. Good. Hey, Donna De Jesus is doing a good job for Senator. on her vacation. And good morning to Real Joe and yourself.
Oh, that's
good work.
That's awesome. People keep asking, where's Mana? Like there's like some super conspiracy going on, and the answer is not here. That's it. We're regular people need to take a break from work every once in a while, and that's basically it. Of course, the rumors that I'm hearing at all of these Republican fundraisers, even Democrat fundraisers that I'm attending, have me kind of scratching my head on what I'm going to be doing for news next year. But less of that and more of you. Resolution 291 is available at the resolutions page of the 36th Guam legislature relative to terminating the emergency health powers created by 10 GCA Chapter 19 pursuant to 10 GCA 19405 in order to restore the civil rights of the people of Guam. Now, you already know I think this might be a little bit too much, too little, too late, but it's there and now is in a form that there is going to be a public hearing on.
Yeah, exactly. And as we talked about last week, Ray, the at least the most important thing, I talked to Your Honor about it a little bit yesterday too. To me, the most important thing at this point is whatever might still be left by the time this resolution could hit the floor, whatever of this public health emergency might still be left. I think it still will be important to terminate it. And probably what will be left, Ray, is the meat of the matter as far as I'm concerned, and that is the ability to continue to spend at will without any oversight from the legislature, and also through emergency procurement, which a lot of people have been upset about. Nonetheless, as members, even in the medical community and others that have seen, millions of dollars go places where equipment sits idle, yet clinics, Ray, clinics are having a hard time getting paid for the direct services that they're providing in patient care in terms of treatments and other testing and things like that. So, they were told, hey, go out there and do it. You know what I mean? Do the work, take care of whatever overflow we can and help these patients out and do this and do that. And now they sit there holding the bag, waiting for payment. And you know a lot of these people, Ray.
Oh, I had one on the radio yesterday.
You're not going to go out there and scream for their money because they have a primary mission first, and that's to take care of people. But it's unconscionable to have our private sector out there and these private clinics out there doing the job and sitting there waiting for their pay when other things are going by the wayside. And so I think it's things like that. And like I said, I think the heart of the matter is here. Another thing, Ray, if you remember when I first, it was just on the bill introduction. It wasn't even a public hearing yet or otherwise on Bill 11. And the governor had already basically thrown down the gauntlet. Well, you don't like it, shut it down. But the thing is that Bill 11 is a lot more substantive than just shutting down the emergency. But obviously, she has said, shut it down, kind of play chicken with us. And the bottom line is that we are shutting it down now. But I will tell you that if this resolution passes and there's still anything left of the emergency to shut down, I guarantee you she will take it to court.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. On the other hand, it's an election year, and there are going to be many people, certainly Republicans, that should be running on a platform of you people have been screwed over for the last 2 years and been made to do things and deal with mandates and deal with restrictions. Restrictions are what you do to criminals. Restrictions are what you do to impertinent teenagers and things like that. It's not something that you do to an entire community. Just after 9 o'clock in the morning, can I ask you to give me a call back in another few minutes? I did want to go over some of the bits and pieces of this resolution for the listeners so they can be prepared for a public hearing.
Okay, I'll be late then going into the, can you take me right away? Because I'll be late going into the Bill 12, which is very important. I'm sure you're a big supporter of that bill. Stand your ground.
Which one? Stand your ground?
Yeah.
Tell you what, call me back right away. And when your phone starts to go off, then I'll let you, when Lakeisha says, we got to go, then I'll let you go.
Okay,
all right, groovy. Talk to you later. Chris Duenas, now Fox News on the point.
Saying one sentence as well below federal guidelines and prosecutor recommendations. If confirmed, Jackson would become the first black woman to sit on the high court. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky in his daily video address saying peace talks with Russia are tough and sometimes confrontational, but added, step by step, we are moving forward. This as there are reports Ukraine is making progress to keep the capital out of Russian hands.
A key suburb west of the capital, Kyiv, taken in a counteroffensive by Ukraine's forces. Russian troops demoralized and weakened. Russian media reporting 10,000 soldiers have been killed, then claims it was hacked. 1,500 Russian tanks, arms, and vehicles reportedly destroyed.
Fox's Greg Palcott in Lviv. The Oklahoma Highway Patrol says 6 teenagers have been killed in a 2-vehicle collision south of Oklahoma City. The students were in a passenger vehicle that the Highway Patrol says collided with a semi this afternoon. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton has tested positive for COVID. She tweeted that she has some mild cold symptoms but is feeling fine. Earlier, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki announced she tested positive, saying she has mild symptoms and will not travel to Europe with the president. America is listening to Fox News.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab-crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options, options, options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
Hafaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Ohio's Redistricting Commission has set up a series of meetings to work out a deal on boundaries for state legislative districts.
The 7-member commission has scheduled daily hearings starting Wednesday, running through its next court deadline on Monday as needed. The Ohio Supreme Court has rejected 3 sets of Ohio House and Ohio Senate maps drawn by the panel, ruling in a 4-3 vote each time that the maps were unconstitutionally gerrymandered to unduly favor Republicans. Democrats on the redistricting committee have asked the High Court to move the state's May 3rd primary election back to June 28th to allow ample time to craft the maps, while a group of Republican voters want the court to greenlight the most recent legislative maps, which were declared unconstitutional on March 17th because the May 3rd primary is just weeks away. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
2 Michigan brothers who were wrongfully convicted of murdering a family friend in 1995 have been released. The conviction of George and Melvin DeJesus were set aside after a prosecutor said no DNA was found at the scene linking them to the crime. A rail company and workers in Canada have reached an agreement avoiding a potential further issue for the supply chain.
The Canadian Pacific Railway and Teamsters Canada Rail Conference have agreed to arbitration, ending the work stoppage that halted service Sunday morning. The railroad delivers cargo as far south as Kansas City, and the dispute threatened to further complicate supply chain issues. The agreement allows the railway to resume freight shipments after a 2-day work stoppage. The two sides were negotiating for 6 months before the strike deadline Saturday night. The union represents more than 3,000 conductors, engineers, and yard workers. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Ford is recalling nearly 215,000 pickup trucks and large SUVs in the U.S. and Canada because brake fluid can leak, and that could cause the vehicles to take longer to stop. The recall covers the F-150 pickup from 2016 through 2018. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Just checking some of the comments from folks specifically with the conversation about with Eddie Calvo and marijuana. Thank you, James Howard, for asking that important and vital question of Eddie Calvo. Do you, sir, smoke marijuana? But no, he's no. But he's a CBD enthusiast, and I think that makes him. It's one of those things you don't know who does the CBD thing around here, and if you did, it might surprise you or not. But there's a lot of people. I think Relief is the company down by the Bank of Guam that the folks are going to. 5 after 9 o'clock in the morning. There is a clock running on this call. Senator Chris Duenas may get tapped by Lakeisha to get back into session. Public hearing this morning on the Stand Your Ground legislation that Joe S. San Augustine has managed to get on the floor here today, and I'm hoping that there are as many people that are in favor. And it's not a Second Amendment thing. As I hope that there are a lot of people that are in favor of making our community safer. with the stand your ground legislation. There's just so much crime out there. There's so many crazies and druggy guys out there that I think there are more and more people every day that feel threatened just stepping outside their doors. Right, Chris?
Absolutely, and it's very important legislation, and I'm in full support of it, and hope it hits the floor, and I will vote in the affirmative.
Now, there are going to be some people that are going to be coming to this public hearing. It's not the first time that we've done this dance over at the legislature, and there are going to be some people that come into this hearing trying to frame this as a gun bill, and I don't believe it is. I think it all talks to where we are. When we have the privilege of being in that place, whether it's in your car or your office or at the store or at your house, and if somebody comes threatening you, you no longer have a duty to retreat. That's the basics of this, is that if you feel threatened, step off the line or run away. Well, wait a second. Why do I have to run away if I can defend myself?
Yeah, I'm going to steal the one of the statements from the author in another interview. He said, this bill is not to create the Wild Wild West. This bill is to create and continue what Stand Your Ground, what was designed for in the beginning, and similar to Castle Doctrine, which Senator Tony Atta authored, and that is the ability to protect yourself and your property and your family. We have some of the most strict gun laws in the nation, and I'm actually happy about that in terms of registration, everything else, and the things it takes to.
I can live with all of that, but it seems like there's an ungodly number of dollars that need to get spent in order to be able to do that. That needs to be your next review of the situation over at Records. I've already got a concealed license permit, and when it expired, I was told that I have to go and take another gun class in order to get it renewed. Why do I have to spend $150 or more to get that renewed? I've been trained, and I have a certificate that says I've been trained in the use of a firearm. Why?
Well, certainly there's room for review, Ray. But the reason why I go down this road is because the narrative. It's just like the narrative that will say, you know what I mean. This is gun legislation in terms of those who hate guns. It also is a situation whereby, nationally, where there are states that are much more liberal, much more free, they blame proper, educated, trained individuals who have firearms for the purposes of defending themselves and their family, and they try to demonize them as being the individuals responsible when gun violence happens. And so I say the reason why I always tout Guam in terms of our laws is because that's, I think, one of the reasons why we don't have a lot of that stuff here, and we have very responsible gun owners here, because they know what to do with a firearm, first and foremost, because they're trained, and they also know when and how to use it. And that's I just like to make sure that every time we talk about this, we realize that we dismiss those narratives as well.
All you need to do is take a look at the NRA, and they've got a part of their website where they talk about good guys with guns dealing with situations, and everybody says, well, that never happens. No, it happens quite a lot. 9 after 9 o'clock in the morning, but not the genesis of the call. Genesis of the call was to talk to Senator Chris Duenas about the resolution. Now, I note that it is co-sponsored by all of the other, well, not all of the other Republicans. There is one notable absence on this. So you've got 6 names that are already behind Resolution 291-36, which would end the public health emergencies and restore, I want to say, administrative balance to the island of Guam, so that there's more transparency in how these rescue plan monies are being spent, so the legislature can see what's going on. I know you guys ask all the time what's happening with this procurement, and then you get basically an unreadable document that says we spent the money on Chris Duenas' fishing store. Okay, well, what'd you buy? We don't have to tell you. When did you buy it? We don't have to tell you. Was there a competition for that buy? No, we sole source that, because we can do that in these emergent situations, and I think that's I think it's part of the picking the winners game, and I don't like it. I prefer the transparency of this. So if that's one of the reasons why we want to shut down the public health emergency, because I think it's already gone, then by all means, let's get it done. So you got 6. You need at least one more Republican and one of the Democrats.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that the good speaker scheduling the public hearing. I mean, that's a very good indication, right? And that's pretty much spot on with.
Well, I don't know, Chris. Is it?
Well,
she has supported other measures. I mean, she supported Bill 11, didn't she?
And that's my point. So I was kind of getting to my hopeful add-ons in terms of those. I mean, it's no secret. I mean, the Bob and Ray resolution and everything the efforts that you and the station have put forward. The bottom line is that, you know, the one of the emphasis was, hey, look, you know, you got 8 votes on Bill 11. I'm hoping to hold that 8, but you know it's impolite to go out there and you know and twist arms or whatever from a senator's position. But I'm hoping that the same 8 and more will vote to, you know, to basically restore the legislature's notice to the executive branch that they, you know, check and balance exists.
Yeah, we're here too. Say what you want to. And I think there's some people that, for whatever reason, I don't know, fear media, fear porn, or whatever you want to call it, have kind of hypnotized themselves into COVID-19, wash your hands, social distance, wear a mask, all of that kind of, you know, the nonsense that's floating around here, the theater that they're all bought into. So it might be difficult for them to walk away from that because it's so ingrained into their thinking. But I hope it happens, and I hope that there is a groundswell. You've got between now and Wednesday to show that there is a big interest in the community for an end to this public health emergency, restoration of normality on Guam, and restoration of the powers of the legislature as the second branch of government.
You know that, you know, and if you look at the Jose Martinez angle, right? I think we all know him very well. He's the Tall Tales chairman and chairman to the president, our Your Honor. But the thing is that, you know, he constantly puts that on social media all over the place that, you know, anyone who votes against now shutting down the public health emergency or anyone who has voted in the past against Bill 11 just basically is saying, you know, the governor's the governor and I'm not going to mess around with, you know, having to call the governor. This is not about Governor Liu. This is about any governor. I am not going to call a governor on their ability to have runaway powers. And that's the whole genesis of this. And like I said before, I guarantee you that if this resolution passes, you know, it will be taken to court. If Bill 11 gets overridden, which I'm going to try to do, you know, again.
I saw it on the agenda. It can still be brought up anytime you want to. 9:13. Listen, I'm going to let you run here because I know I'm sure that you're already getting a look like you better get everything prepared up for the other public hearing. And folks, if you want to participate, will you just go to the legislature's YouTube if you want to watch it? Is there a way to participate even at this late hour?
Yeah, I would call immediately into the speaker's office, and I'm sure they'll send the Zoom link to them right away. But exactly, I want to do that PSA too.
Yeah.
Anybody last minute you want to jump on? It's a great bill, and you know, it'd be nice to see the support there. I bet you if they call the speaker's office right now, they'll get the Zoom link emailed to them. So yeah, if you want to jump on, jump on. I'm going to jump on now.
All right, Chris. I'll talk to you pretty soon. 9:14 in the morning. And the one last thing I'd say is give Lakeisha something to do. I know she's always busy anyway, but one of the things, and he makes mention in the resolution. Let me see if I can get it here. Talking about the number of executive orders that have been churned out by the legislature. I'm sorry, churned out by the governor's office since the original 2020-03, which came out in March 14th of 2020. No, he doesn't number them. He just says a plethora of DPHSS guidance memos, the effects of which were to arbitrarily and capriciously lock down the island, destroy commerce, restrict the liberty of citizens, isolate and quarantine people, and generally abuse whatever authority there is available under 10 GCA Chapter 19. The point that I will make is that we need to go through every single one of those executive orders that have been released from the governor's office. Every single one of them has a citation somewhere into the Guam Code annotated. The majority of them are that section I just read, 10 GCA Chapter 19. We need to take a look at all of the chapter and verse that has been cited in every single one of the executive orders and go in there and rewrite that legislation so that there are checks and balances, so that there are legislatures that need to be consulted. If you want to extend this public health emergency, it either ends or you come down to the legislature within 10 days of it ending and explain to us, show me the science, show me the real deal, why there needs to be a continuation of the public health emergency. And my guess is if they were tasked with doing that right now, notwithstanding what I'm sure would be very, very passionate arguments made by Dr. Nathaniel Berg, My guess would be the senators looking at things going, no, I think maybe we're going to end the public health emergency and get people back to work. 9:16 in the morning, 888-8255. Big Jim wants to talk about firearms. Go ahead, Big Jim.
Good morning, Ray.
It's been a while. What you been up to?
Oh, just sitting around and waiting for everything to go back to normality.
Normalcy, because I can never remember whether it's normality or normalcy. So normalcy is the Ray Gibson word to describe that. Now, me and my buddy were talking about guns last night, and in a rollicking conversation about the different kinds of guns that are out there, and why Glock is my favorite. I'm sorry, I kind of led that. My Glock 43, you run out of bullets, you can put rocks in there, and it'll still go down range, and then you don't have to worry so much about it. This might be anathema to some gun friends. Yeah, I might have maybe cleaned that gun since I've owned it twice. Never have a problem with it. On the other hand, I got a Ruger P90, and it's like after every box you go through, it wants to be cleaned, it wants to be loved, it wants to be babied. Anything after that, you better be ready to tap and rack all day.
Yeah, it either works or it doesn't, and the Glocks definitely work. They're not, you can make them fancy, but it's one of the few firearms in history that you can literally take out of a box and put it, quote unquote, through hell.
Yeah.
And it will just keep on chugging. But, with regards to the quick conversation you were just having a minute ago about, our firearms policies here on Guam and the stand your ground, I would like every elected or wannabe elected official in the future to listen to a couple of things that I'm just going to point out real quickly. Number one, there's never a problem until someone makes something a problem. And law-abiding citizens don't make problems because we're law-abiding citizens. Law-abiding citizens get put in positions where they have to do things that they don't want to do, would never have thought that they would have to do, because somebody wants to break the law. Okay? And when you enter someone's home, when you enter someone's property, even if you're just stealing the bush cutter out of the shed in the back, okay, you are breaking the law. Okay? And if I walk out the door and I confront someone and I say, hey, you're stealing my brush cutter, put it on the ground, and he pulls out a knife or a club, maybe I'm 72 years old and I'm not in very good physical condition, and maybe this is some 18, 19-year-old kid who doesn't have any weapon at all. Do you think that I'm going to be able to stand there and go toe-to-toe at age 72 with health conditions with some 18, 19-year-old kid that's topped up on drugs?
Isn't there a graph? Don't we have a graph or something like that? It doesn't need to be. It's the ability to meet force with force. And so if somebody takes the bladed stance against you, whether they've got something or not, and you've got a pistola or a knife or a bat or a golf club in your hand, you, I think, are in your rights on your property to defend yourself in that situation. There is no requirement, as there is now, for you to flee. There is always that option, and right now it is a requirement until stand your ground becomes law. And it just seems to me that it feels kind of logical in this case.
Yep, and our lawmakers...
and an unarmed man against a woman. There is another one of these force imbalances that we need to talk about. And unfortunately, those are very, very prevalent on Guam. Front page story about a guy that let a woman and her kids in the house, locked everybody up in a room, and gave them a pot to piss in. I think that's a terrible, terrible story. And I wish more women were able to defend themselves from thugs like that.
Yep. And the other thing that our politicians need to remember is our rights are guaranteed not just by the law, but by our maker. Everything on this planet, from the smallest amoeba all the way to a great white shark, everything has a built-in defense mechanism. because you're not supposed to let yourself be harmed, injured, or die. That is a God creator-given trait that's given to, I mean, even a plant.
Well, that's why they're inalienable.
To say even a plant will bend and grow sideways to keep its leaves in the light so that it can try to survive. And when you attack someone, okay, you have forfeited your right, okay, because that person is just, it's an automatic reflex, okay? It doesn't have to be trained. It doesn't have to be learned. You are going to fight to survive. And our politicians that will allow people to be arrested time and time and time again, over and over, and released with little to no supervision on PR bonds, okay, catch and release, as they're now calling it, okay, for humans. I mean, that used to be a term that was given to fish, but now we're doing it with humans. And then every time they commit that next crime, it's a little bit worse and a little bit worse and a little more heinous and a little more heinous until somebody ends up crippled, maimed, or dead. Okay? If they're going to continue to let these growing, budding, aspiring criminals back out on the street with little to no supervision, okay, what good does it do to arrest someone and then let them out on a PR bond and give them a jail date that's 2 years away?
This is an election year issue, Jim. So I hope that you continue to call in and make that point. It is an election year issue. This is meth island. I swear we're swimming in the stuff around here, and the police are doing everything that they can to interdict. They're doing everything that they can to find these thugs and bring them to justice. But Lady Justice is incapable. I'm hearing stories from guys over at the Attorney General's office. Well, my God, we're swamped. We're busy. We've got too much work. We've got to plea this down. We've got to plea this down. And my answer to that is, let's get some more people in there. Let's hire some more folks. Light a candle instead of cursing the darkness. Hey, Jim, I gotta run. I'll talk to you pretty soon. I hope you're able to get your comments in at the legislature in the public hearing.
You bet. Later, Ray.
You know what? It's at 923-888-8255, 888-TALK. Ray Gibson, what am I doing here? Oh, radio. Live broadcast of the program. I noticed on the dashboard that we've got a number of listeners. Japan's online. Makati.
We miss you, Makati.
In the Philippines. Is online and listening now. And I thought, I wonder what the big story is in Makati. So I went to the website for the Makati Bulletin, and I'm in love with this idea. I got it up on the screen right now. I don't know how much of this you're going to be able to make out. These are food vendors, little trikes.
I like that, man.
That they've got. And they are provided by the government there to help people recover from recover their economy. I mean, not everybody's running a store. Not everybody's, one of those ladies over at Cafe Havana. I mean, there are people out there, and they might be able to whip up a hot dog, or can you imagine here, lumpia. Lumpia. What kind of sauce do you want, sir? Ma'am, sir, what kind of lumpia sauce do you want on this? So the government now. Let's see if I can get a little bit more of this into the picture so you can see what we're talking about. These are basically little food vendor that the government found somebody to make them, and they're handing them out to Makatizens, citizens of Makati, so that they can go out and make a couple of bucks. Can you imagine an army of these things? Carl T.C. Gutierrez, are you listening?
I can imagine them down in 2 months.
Yes, exactly.
I wonder why we never have them.
Exactly my point. So you get these guys running around, you ring a bell, and what are you selling? What do you got there? A ham sandwich, cold beer out of these things, hot dogs, chips, or something like that. And if the location is good, go. You stay at the location. If it's lousy, you pedal to the next location. Everything is self-contained, and it's right in front of you. And I suppose all you'd need to do is make sure that somebody goes through every once in a while, does a health and safety check, and make sure that we're not coating our hot dogs in bacteria. Then I think it'll be all right. But put the idea together in your head. Wouldn't these mobile food carts be be something fun. What are they? It says in the story, there's a ceremonial blessing, Catholics like us, and the turnover of 41 mobile food carts dubbed Ate Maki's Jolly Carts to help vendors earn a living without causing obstruction to vehicles and pedestrians. So they've got the actual name. There's a brand behind these things. Somebody out there can do something along these lines and find out who the manufacturer is there, figure out how to get a whole bunch of these in containers out to here, or manufacture them here and put people to work. Didn't that sound like it honestly doesn't sound like a bad way to do things. You remember we always talk about, I'm having a senior moment now, the lady over at East Agania.
Oh, the mayor's wife.
Mayor's wife, yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Great hot dogs.
Excellent hot dogs. the buns steamed perfectly in a bath of water and some onions in there, so you get a little bit of flavor. They're very soft buns. There's hot dogs there, and a couple of cans of chili. Is that Mark Cruz who's calling in? Tell me who that is, right? God, all of a sudden I can't remember his name. I can remember everybody else's name today, but not hers. But that would be a cool thing.
Yeah, that's Mark.
Is it okay? Who am I thinking of, Mark? What's her name?
Evelyn Ngata.
There we go.
Evelyn.
Auntie Evelyn. Felix's wife. And wouldn't that, so she's been doing that.
That's Grace's mom.
Yes. Well, but she put Grace through college with that. Everybody, all the
Jonah.
Everything was. You could,
yeah, she put all her kids through college with that.
Yes, exactly. It's whatever concerns that they otherwise had, but she was out there every day, rain or shine. Didn't change up the menu too much. Didn't change too much the prices. You could go there with a $5 bill, hot dog, chili dog, Mountain Dew. And if she was feeling generous, she'd throw in some chips. Fact of the matter is, because I talk about it on the radio all the time, it was a struggle to get me to accept my payment. She's like, no, it's okay, boy. Hey, it's okay, boy. And I'm like, no, I can't. Let me give you money. And, so if it was just her, I'd struggle to pay her. But if Felix is around, he'd just take the money, put it in his white shorts.
Well, I have the same problem. So what I do is I go there when she has her helper with her, and I give her a 20, and I tell her to keep the change, and I leave.
Yeah.
And, then I get scolded the next time I show up.
Is your niece still over by the post office?
Yes. Yeah, Rihanna is still there. She's still there, and that's my next go-to. I've talked with Grace about it, and her mom is just really scared about this whole COVID thing. And she did come out last year for a few times, but then when it surged again, she stopped. So until this really settles down, which it looks like it is, she'll be out again.
I can hardly wait. Let me know when, and we gotta have a East Side reunion.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, that was a go-to place. I mean, if you're swamped with work and you only got a couple of minutes or a few bucks in your pocket, that was where you went. And there was always a line. But it was always, for me, that was a highlight of the day. I'd go there and I'd go. First stop was I'd go to her, get some chow. And then on the way back to the radio station was what was the name of that store in the corner of the snack shack? Do you remember behind Kilroy's?
Oh man, I don't remember the name. I know which snack shack you're talking about.
Can you see the guy?
Kilroy's, man, alternators and starters.
Yeah, well, that was where my cousin, cousin Troy's Uncle Johnny worked there. That was where my cousin Johnny worked for a long, long time. And I used to love having battery problems or tire problems because I go hang out over at Johnny's place while I was waiting to get stuff done, and he'd get me caught up with all the dirty jokes. It was, God, I love you, Johnny. Wherever you happen to be, somebody will remember. I think I ran into the kid of the guy that ran.
Was it Lujan's little store?
Lujan's little store was just down the street. No, I'm talking about right at the corner of the turn. Yeah, behind it.
Okay.
So you got the Kilroy's in the front. You keep going down the street, and on the right-hand side was a snack shack. I think that's an old dilapidated building now, but back in the day, that was where you went. So I'd get a 6-pack of Mountain Dew. That'd keep me going doing the afternoon show for the rest of the day. Awesome memories from then. Hey, dude, you have a great day. I'll talk to you, man. Thanks for the reminder.
You too. That's
9:30 in the morning. Mark Cruz. Yes. Evelyn Ngata from the Ngata stand in Agania. And Mark's niece has got it right. She's got the hustle across from the post office.
Good ones too.
Near the community garden. That is going to be one less lemon thing. I really want to get that lemon. No, I got an idea, right? I got an idea for my backyard. I got a side yard here, and it's all cleared out. And so what I want to do is put some weed barrier down there, put some like rock or something like that, and just do plants that I can eat or cook with.
Oh, smart.
So like pineapple, spray pineapple leaves, spray the lemongrass.
Herbs and everything.
Herbs?
Yeah.
Could be herbs.
No, not that.
Oh, not that. Okay, got it. Mark Anthony online with us this morning. I got Donna Mila, Mia Pacina, Marvin Meno Sablon. Hoffa Brown says, want to start a farm/garden for the Ray Gibson Point pandemic crew. I got a 1/4 acre rich with topsoil for people that are motivated.
1/4 acre?
1/4 acre. Yeah. So the
GWA didn't get that yet?
Yeah, you put a house on that or put the pandemic crew's quote garden. I'm going to use quote signs. Why not? Why not? There ought to be more of those kinds of things as opposed to less. But I swear I'm in love with this idea with the Ate Makis Jolly Carts that you will be able to see in Makati. So a new addition to the adventure that is the Philippines. And, not to bring up the point again, but how are we doing, friends of mine that have returned to the Philippines? Please tell me your experience. Tell me how it was. Are the usual places open? And by usual, I don't mean those usual places, because I think everybody's got this idea. The guys like me and Joe, just because like we're bachelors or something like that, the only thing that we want to do in the Philippines is but
we're beyond that, man.
Yeah, okay, maybe first trip, but after a couple of what I'd love to do. And I don't know what the protocol is now, because a lot of the businesses that might have been involved in these day tour packages, I mean, it was hard to get a package the last time I was there. It might be even harder now with fewer companies that are doing it. But I want to go to Corregidor.
What's that?
The Last Stand.
Ah.
The Last Stand, in big history there. Americans and folks that the Japanese had invaded, and that was where they found themselves. And unfortunately, the forces surrendered there. And then you've got the Bataan Death March that occurred past that. So that's always been something I wanted to do. My dad used to do that virtually every time he'd go to the Philippines, buy the books and get the T-shirts and the hats, all of the souvenirs. Because that was something that was very, very interesting to him. There is, when you walk into Green Belt from the New World Hotel, and a lot of people know this, it's the one where you're not really supposed to cross there, but everybody crosses there. And you walk in there, and then you go out to the courtyard, and then you make a left, and there is a great restaurant row that they've got there.
Yes.
Absolutely terrific. And there's a place I want to call it. It's called Sticky Fingers. And every time I'd go there, awesome band. Awesome. And they're like 80s songs. So that was really, really cool. And the food was good. So, and you could sit inside or you could sit outside. And it was just a delightful way to spend an hour or two across from Cafe Havana, which is open during the day, for dining.
Yeah.
And the occasional San Miguelite.
This is such a good vibe, man.
There's a coffee place right across that's also kind of a nice place to go and sit. And if you talk to them nice, they'll give you the password for the Wi-Fi, even though you don't have the SIM. You don't have the SIM-y. You have your SIM, sir? No. Do you want to buy one? No, it's okay. Just use your Wi-Fi. And then there's a restaurant called Locavore. You know how we got mezcla here? In the Philippines, they have a locavore where they're doing Filipino comfort food fusion style. And it's so good. That gives me an opportunity to talk about mezcla. We got to do a break, right? And mezcla ready for you. It's Lent, and they've got a great Lenten menu available right now. I'm going to look at this word first. Lobster padka proa pasta, crab custard Chilean sea bass. We've got spicy buttered shrimp, fish tacos, and plenty more. Even if you're not observing Lent, it's still good food, and it's still worth eating. So give it a shot. Make reservations, 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Go and celebrate your Lenten season with Mezcla.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Service
know. Want to keep your family safe from high-tech trouble? Introducing Bark Jr., a new online parental control app that's free for GTA Wireless and Internet customers. Bark Jr. monitors apps and social media, manages online screen time, and filters websites to protect your family from inappropriate online content. Sign up for any GTA postpaid wireless or Internet service and get Bark Jr. for free today. Call us at 671-644-4482 or visit us at gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation.
Yeah.
This is The Point.
Yes, we are. Lots to get to. Corregidor is a great tour, says Harvey Egna. Jerome McDonald. I remember Felix and Evelyn. I used to see the family at the Agana Mass every Sunday. They were always dressed up in island print shirts. One day met Felix, and he told me all 5 kids are done with college. One of the boys, one of the kids, a doctor, I asked him how did he raised his kids successfully. He told me he has no neighbors where he used to live, so the kids had no choice but to stay inside and study. James Howard with this revelation of truth. What happens on Rojas Street stays on Rojas Street. Jerica Clark's online. Hey, Jerica. And Dee Cabrera is hanging out with us on the program. Good to have you with us. Do me a favor. Hit the share button and let everybody know that this is where you come for your entertainment, information, and deep, deep thoughts. Like what happens on Rojas stays on Rojas. 9:38 in the morning. And if you don't mind, scroll up or go to the YouTube channel, The Ray Gibson Show on YouTube, and there is a link there that will take you to a GoFundMe page. It's a GoFundMe that's been set up for Joe Leasealongi. Many people know him as just Samoan Joe. He's having a hard time with a peculiar kind of cancer, I'm told, without getting too much in violating HIPAA and things like that. Family could use some help. Financially, of course. So if you got some time, do the GoFundMe. And if you can't find the link on the site, just GoFundMe and search for Samoa. I think they put it down as Samoa Joe or Samoan Joe, and help out the family, would you? He's such a great guy. And he's got a lot of love for Guam. Could live anywhere. He'd be successful no matter where he lives. But he lives here on Guam and put down roots, and the kids have put down roots as well. And I sure do hope that he's able to get past this. One of my earliest recollections of Samoa Joe was I was at the 76. I'd forgotten my coffee at the house, and I got to the 76 and prepared my coffee, and it occurred to me I didn't have any folding money. I didn't have any bills. And Samoa Joe is there, and he's doing his coffee thing, and he saw me fumbling for a credit card, and he leaned into the lady at the counter. He says, "I got this." And I'm like, whoa, easy now. No, and he says, I listen to you all the time. Think the radio station is great, and thanks, for doing what you do. And this is a small way for me to repay you, and we you exchange greetings and offers to pray for each other. And so, yeah, I'm keeping a candle lit, and I wouldn't, if you got the time, if you got a couple extra dollars, I know it's hard for everybody, see if you can help out Samoa Joe. 9:39 in the morning, and maybe Maria Gutierrez can do a little thing at the office, pass the hat, and see if they can raise some money over there for Samoa Joe as well. Good morning, Maria.
Half a day, Ray Gibson.
Half a day. You know what? I don't think I'm affected by this because I don't have a driver's license anymore. I gave it up for Lent. So I haven't had an opportunity to register to vote, the motor voter deal that is in place right now. So there's a little bit of a technical hiccup getting the information of people that have elected to get registered using the motor voter law at the Department of Revenue and Taxation. So a little difficulty getting those names into your computers?
That's correct. So as soon as we discovered the glitch, we had a meeting with the DMV.
Yeah.
And as we speak, GEC, half of GEC employees are up there addressing the issue.
Do you have a Filipino kuya, IT guy? I got one. That's the way I do it.
Oh, mine's a redhead.
I might know your redhead. That's funny. Okay, so the guys are working on it now, and maybe it's just a question of getting the fields to line up the right way in the database, right?
Right, and so we have a challenge of validating all those people and making sure that before they get on our voter registry, that that we have all the information on them.
Okay, now a couple of things. We've got deadlines in front of us. I guess we're going to start the early voting on July 14th. You said.
No, July 28th, I believe.
Sorry, July 28th. Okay, I want to make sure I get that number right. So here's the question, and I'm going to ask the question on the air. It's a little bit of inside broadcasting stuff, but it's an interesting conversation that we need to have. There's a requirement for broadcasters to extend what is referred to as the lowest unit rate to people that are running for political office. I don't know that there are laws that require that for all advertisers and all advertising campaigns. I think it only affects radio and television. I don't believe it affects newspapers. Unfair, but that's the case. So for, we would normally look at it as we've got to extend that lowest unit rate available to them within, I want to say, 45 days from the election. But if the election is going to be starting, even though it's kind of in-office drive-through, does that mean that I have to extend the lowest unit rate from the 28th for 45 days prior to that date?
That's above my pay grade, but I can look it up and get back to you. I really don't know, but I can get.
Well, because I'm talking to the politicians, and they're going, "Oh yeah, go ahead and give us the lowest unit rate as early as you possibly can." And I'm going, "No, this is one of these things. I mean, this is a federal law, and so I don't know how we technically determine what the actual start of the election is. Is it the actual election day, or is it early voting time?"
I would think the actual election day, but
see me and you agree. Okay, that's it. That's the answer.
No, it's up to you, and that, like I said, it's not the purview of the Guam Election Commission.
Okay, well, I'm going to stick with the date, which is 157 days away from where we are today. Are you ready? Are you getting there? Did you get
yes,
money?
We are.
Did the legislature give you money? Did Lou give you money?
I'm thinking. I was told that the supplemental bill will be introduced sometime this week.
They are in session on Friday, so yeah, I got my fingers crossed because I love you. But the only other thing is with your drive-through, I understand because we talked about this earlier. I said, "Hey, Fison the Greyhound people," and she said, "Well, who do I Fison?" I understand you found out who you're supposed to Fison at the old Greyhound, now Freedom Park.
Yes, so they submitted. We had sent out a request for letters of interest, and they submitted a letter. So we're now in the process of putting together our invitation for bid and making sure that they know that the invitation for bid will be available soon.
I gotcha. I'd love to see it there because it was my idea. I want to be able to say when we were on the radio all the time telling people that they can get their early voting done because Ray Gibson said Greyhound would be a great place for it, and I think everybody agrees. You know what they've got there? They've got a room. It used to be Reverend Tax's room, but they've got this massive walk-in vault there, which would be a perfect place for you guys to be able to leave the ballots overnight if you needed to. And they've got all kinds of office space that isn't being used for GEC staff.
That sounds really good. We'll have to wait and see.
And then we'll bring back some dogs, just for fun. We'll have little races.
Oh no, for security.
Ah, very good, very good. I like the races first, but here's the deal, and since it was my idea and it's going to be a smashing success, I'd like this one this one indulgence, if you don't mind, and that is you guys tell me who's ahead every day. Just tell me, is it Felix, is it Lou, is it Mike? You don't have to give me the numbers. Just say today was a good day for Mike.
I would not know. All the ballots are sealed in their envelopes, in their affidavit envelopes, and nobody will know who's ahead.
Aye, a day. 9:45 in the morning. Maria Pangolina from the Election Commission. It's always a pleasure talking to you. Love you, mean it, and we'll see you soon.
Si Dios más.
888-8255, 888-TALK. Raymond Gibson Show's online. Duke Booney is watching the show. Oh, we're getting new names today. Duke Booney.
Duke Booney.
And we had, was it the mail store? Right? M-A-I-L. Ron Charargalov. RONCHRARGUALAF. Don't be consumed by the hoopla of all these leaders, because at the end you will just get tired of being ignored by these goofballs. Absolutely right. Well, not all of the goofballs ignore us. Most of the Democrats ignore us. But frankly, I don't reach out to a lot of them anyway, because, you know, with just a handful of exceptions, we just don't see eye to eye. And I think that maybe they might be embarrassed by some of the nature of the conversations that I might have, where I say, what the hell are you thinking? Yeah, I just want to know. The governor has got, public health emergency and all these rules and things that she can bypass because of all of the powers that are given to them at the behest of the legislature. Why don't you guys want to stand on your independence? Why don't you want to stand on the fact that you are the second branch of government there, inherently from the Constitution there, to provide these checks and balances? Why don't you want to do that? I'm kind of curious about that. And I know I get some kind of a feeble answer on it, so maybe best if we don't embarrass each other by having that conversation on the radio. It's 9:47. Ray Gibson Show until almost 10, right? In the 7 o'clock-ish hour and into the 8 o'clock hour, Tommy Hicks is his name. And he's with the Republican National whatever. I forget what it is, and I don't want Dave Sublon to send me another WhatsApp blast going, ooh, do I explain it? How many times do I have to explain it? Do I need to repeat myself again? But anyway, so I'd asked him about Don Jr., because apparently they're buds. They're buds.
Oh, yeah, Don's a guy. He's a guy's guy.
Okay, so Tommy's a venture capitalist. He's a money guy, right? And the Trumps got money.
I could
tell. So you can imagine that they run in the same kind of circles. Got private jet, all that kind of stuff. At any rate, so I said, so Don Jr. is open. He's got his own app coming up, and Tommy didn't seem to know. All right, guys, I will tell you something that RNC dude Tommy Hicks doesn't even know about it. Don Jr. and Trump alumni are launching a news aggregation app. It will be called MXM. It will be curated by around 8 staffers. There's not a plan to create content or hire journalists. I think what they want to become is something like All Sides and that app, where you can go and on any issue of any kind of magnitude at all, you'll be able to take a look at it, and there will be a story from the left-leaning media. There will be a story from the right-leaning media. And they've identified a handful of outfits that I'm not going to say that they're right down the middle, but it will be a middle-leaning story. And I'll give you an idea today what it is that they're talking about. And every time I mention the app, I always mention Jeff Jones, because he's the guy that turned me on to it. He didn't know he did. He had posted something in a story on his Facebook, and we follow each other. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. Oh, I want to go there. So I did. So All Sides, it's an app that you can download. And the top story that they're looking at is the Ketanji Brown Jackson hearings drive split coverage amid Republican criticisms. So you'll get from the left a read on the story from the New York Times, The Hill down the center, and the Washington Examiner down the right. Another story. People are talking about this, but I think there's a kind of mamala to talk about it on the radio here. And it is the trans athlete. Will trans athletes help advance women's sports or create unfair competition? And as you can imagine, this has got people on all sides of the story. You know, there is as many sides as there are genders. You want to deliver the news that way? Leah Thomas's NCAA championship performance gives women's sports a crucial opportunity. Really? Yeah. How? I might need to read this story from the NBC. These are the same kind of people that tell you inflation is good. And high prices for oil, no, that's really good for the economy. We'll just cover up for all of these lefty sin. From the center, in sports, what's fair for transgender athletes and their competitors? That's the Christian Science Monitor down the middle on this story. From the right, Tiana Lowe writes an editorial. Physics, independent of biological reality, explains why Leah Thomas's victory over women is rigged. And I'm here to tell you, as a father of a young lady, if if she had an opportunity somewhere to get involved in collegiate volleyball, which is that's her poison, right? If she had an opportunity to do that, but her position on the team was made obsolete because there was a boy pretending to be a girl who wanted to take her place, that would not be good for me. I would be unhappy about that. Oh, yeah, sorry, Dad, I didn't make the team. Why? Because a guy took my center.
It wouldn't settle well with you, would it?
What? A boy? Does he wear those shorty shorts like all the other girls? I don't understand. Well, this is a girls' team, right? Yes. He's a boy, right? Yes. Is he
women's volleyball? Right?
And I'd asked somebody about this. I said, does it make any difference whether you've got the operation or not? And the answer from somebody who's deep into the topic said, no, it doesn't make any difference at all. If a person identifies as a woman, he's a woman. Treat him like a woman. If he's gone through the transitional operation, then he's a woman. Treat her like a woman. But you were born with the XY and you kind of built husky like a boy. Shave the Adam's apple.
You know who's really against this?
Who?
Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange, huh?
These are
strange times.
Amen to that, my brother. Amen to that. What do we got? 888-882-952. A couple of other stories. I don't have time to talk about this all day, but there's. Do you TikTok? All right, so here's.
My friends do. They send them to me all the time.
Remember those the guys at the Department of Corrections?
I do.
Okay, so when they were apparently watching TikTok while the Camacho guy snuck out and then hung out with his buddy, right? No, that's the story. It's
true.
They were watching TikTok.
He admitted it.
And the deal is TikTok uses an algorithm, and this is one of the things that had got people really afraid of TikTok. TikTok will use some kind of an algorithm, and it will detect what you are most interested in looking at, based on your choices. Instagram does the same thing. And I'll give you an example. So I've got when I hit the search button on Instagram, it generally pops up with really, really good-looking Asian women in bikinis.
Oh yeah.
Because it knows. I don't know how, but it knows that that's where my eyes stop longer, whatever it is. There's something that goes into its algorithms, and they save all of this. It's the same kind of thing that we were accusing Amazon of. If I think rice cooker, all of a sudden when I go to a website, even though I just thought it, I never actually set it out in the universe. So somehow or another, these guys know that maybe we're going to put a little ad up in there. Mr. Gibson, are you looking for a rice cooker? And you don't know how the hell it happens, but it does. Anyway, it's the same kind of magic that TikTok is doing. So if you've got this thing for gaming, then pretty soon that's all it's going to be. Your feed of these movies that will come up will mostly be about that. If you've got this thing for Asian women in bikinis, then mostly TikTok's about that. I don't know where everybody's getting these dances from. The TikTok dancing, that's something that I think has got to end. I'm going to say that on the radio, but actually watch all of them.
Yes.
I watch all of there's this one song that they use where they're talking about, and the girl's got there's touching of body parts, and then at the end of it they jump around and here's my big boom. I think is what they say.
Yeah.
See, you guys think I'm out there doing research or something, working with poor underprivileged kids. No, I sit on the couch and watch the movies on Instagram and Facebook. So we'll talk about that when I get a little bit more time tomorrow. And then there's this concept here. Hollywood filmmakers are churning out so many sequels, they're not even bothering to change the names of the movies anymore. Texas Chainsaw Massacre was a movie that came out in 1974. There's a sequel to it. And it's going to be called, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Suicide Squad has got a sequel called Suicide Squad.
Surprise, surprise.
Shaft.
No way, Ray.
Is a sequel to the movie Shaft, which came out in 2000, not to be confused with the Shaft that came out when I was a kid in school. And I don't know. I'm trying to remember if we were allowed to watch that in the theaters or whether we had to go with our parents, because it's possible that it was an R-rated. I think it was an R-rated movie when it came out, right?
Yeah, edgy.
I suppose. Well, I don't know about edgy. I love the song.
Yeah.
Theme from Shaft.
Yeah.
So there's there's this. I don't know how do I want to say. There's this black fella I know from the beach, and I've got 20 vision. I can see all the way down the horizon. And so I got my little Bluetooth speaker going. And so when I see him walking down the beach, I start the theme from Shaft. And usually by the time he gets to me, unless he stops and talks to somebody, it comes on just as the guy starts talking about Shaft. It's just so brilliant. And he gets over and puts such a big smile on his face when he comes by, and he's got the theme from Shaft. It's his theme song as he's walking down the beach. 9:56. And I meant to mention this yesterday, but again, I got busy. Not going to get emotional about this, but I will say that I was disappointed to learn of the passing of another icon in Tumon Bay. You've seen him walking up and down the street. That was his deal. At least once a day, he'd get out there, and he had this kind of a jaunty cap with a thing on the top of it, and he always walked around with a camera bag. Don Seary. The photographer.
Wow.
89 years old and had passed. And he made that trek every single day, rain or shine, it seems to me. The guy was always out there and always tried to remember to have, I don't think he had a camera in his bag anymore, but he always had candy and stuff because he passed by primarily really good-looking women with kids at the beach, and he'd stop and he'd give the kids
game.
Yeah, he'd stop and give the kids candy, and he might have a book or something coming out, a photography book or something. He wanted to sell some pictures, so he always had, a 8.5 by 11 thing on how you can buy some of his prints and maybe get them autographed and some of that. And I know people that would indulge and give him a few dollars for some pictures so he could buy more candy for the kids. But a little known fact, spoke fluent Japanese.
Wow.
And so, speaking of game, so like I said, and to the Japanese women, the special name, I want to say it's Agapito was his name. And he was up on pop culture in Japan and on all of the slang, and he would sit down and have a 10, 15-minute conversation with these women and giving their kids sugary candies. Get out of here, I want to talk to your mom. But a terrific guy and a great photographer. I know that they've got something planned for his funeral arrangements. They're in the news, and I was so glad to see that. I don't know too much about other than personally knowing him and maybe doing some business with him in the past. I don't know too much else about him. I don't know what family he's got here. So if you were a photographer, somewhere along the lines, somebody passed along a piece of advice or information that they got from him that made your job easier and that makes your pictures look better. And if you can, maybe swing by the funeral home and send him off. As the fraternity of photographers will do here on Guam. We you get me thinking about some of the other guys that I've knocked around with, video photographers, cameramen, one or two that were photographers for one or both of my weddings, and they've gone to big photography hall in the sky, and I miss those guys like crazy. So photographers that we've got left, one of yours is gone to his reward, so send him off and send me the pictures. 9:59. No selfies in front of the casket, please. It's just, I don't know. I see people doing that more and more. Technology. I'm just not crazy about it. I got to go. Here's the deal. 9:59 and change. Fox News coming up. We got His Honor Judge Klitsky is going to be on the radio about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Be listening for him. For Real Joe and for Donna De Jesus, who got the easy job today because we blew off the news a couple of times. Sorry about that. And for Real Joe, Jerry Roberts. My name is Ray Gibson saying thank you so much for listening. Hope you had a terrific time. And again, I'll make the point, I love the idea that there are new names in the program. It means those share and likes are working. So keep it up. Hit the share button before we sign off today and let everybody know that this is where you come for all the news and all the fun talk about Guam. It's 10. Here's the news.
HD3.
Day of tough questions. Signed Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden's pick for the Supreme Court is in her first day of questioning before the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Several Republicans on the panel have questioned sentences in child pornography cases handed down by Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
I am questioning your discretion, your judgment. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Missouri Republican Josh Hawley described the child pornography sentence well below federal guidelines and prosecutor recommendations. Jackson says it's the job of a judge to weigh many factors in a sentence.
The age of the defendant, the circumstances of the defendant, the terrible nature of the crime, the harm to the victims.
Jackson said child abuse cases are the most difficult, saying accusations she's soft on crime could not be further from the truth. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Ukraine able to hold back Russian troops as they advance toward Kyiv.
They either didn't properly plan for logistics or sustainment, or they didn't properly execute to their plan, but they are still having problems. It is exacerbated by the Ukrainian resistance.
Pentagon spokesman John Kirby. Meanwhile, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says President Biden plans to announce new sanctions against Russia Thursday while in Brussels. The president will be in Brussels for meetings with NATO and European allies. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton has tested positive for COVID. She tweeted she has mild cold symptoms, but is otherwise feeling fine. Earlier today, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki announced she tested positive, saying she has mild symptoms and will not travel with the president to Europe. The governor of Utah has vetoed a ban on transgender students playing girls' sports, becoming the